Okay, David here. We are live, and I'm going to do some commentary on chess and a little bit of my study, the Crazy House Shield Arena Tournament, and but just about to enter screen share. So looks like the sound is good. So there's my stream. Okay, so here we go. We got the monthly Shield Arena on LICHESS, which is probably the second most popular chess server after chess.com, but has stronger competition at the top level. And specifically for Crazy House, the competition for the chess variant Crazy House is much stronger on LICHESS than on chess.com. So here's the finisher. I guess I was on a team league with him already close to a year ago when I first started playing Crazy House and discovered this server. And he's famous for what's called theory in Crazy House. Crazy House theory. What is a proper play? What's the best strategy? And it's not the same as regular chess. There's no books written on Crazy House. It's like Bug House. So let's dig right in. Look at this first game. So here you have the finisher, 30-4 against Sheffy Komos. So here I am, 20-17 against this player, pretty strong player. If you look, I finally got my crown back for top 100 Horde in Crazy House. So I'm 95th on the server in Crazy House. And there's a lot of competition. So like Shefty Komos, Milos, I'm like 100 points higher rated than right now. But that's not my expected win ratio. So there's a lot of competition, like as opposed to the finisher, who's a top 10 player. And, look, he's won like 20 in a row. And you're going to see a huge amount of difference in multiple factors, but largely opening preparation. So Shefty Milos knows quite a bit of opening preparation. Obviously, he's an expert. He's close to a top 100, top 200 Crazy House player in the world. So he's a top Crazy House player, but relative to the top players in the world, his theory and knowledge of opening is weaker. So I'm going to try to give some commentary related to my thoughts on consciousness and my thoughts on chunking in the other video I made and related to Crazy House, to look at some of these patterns and the differences between the patterns in Crazy House in regular chess, and also Clearcast. De Groot, Adrian de Groot, is thought and choice in chess, and those tests of the skill levels of various problems. So we see what's the difference between the top players in the world, the second tier, third tier, fourth tier, to average player, to a newcomer, in terms of these pattern recognition. Like I showed the Hilltops of Prophecy, and so someone in theory just sees further. And so try to look at that with just some general Crazy House commentary. So relatively, Shefty Milos is up in exchange here. So even he had the black pieces, his queen. I'm not sure if maybe the finisher made a mistake. I'm not sure if I was following how this happened. And he plays these d4 openings. So at so I guess here, he fiend shadows, and it was a pretty easy breakthrough. I'm not sure if the finisher just didn't even bother defending against it. He knows this line, and he feels the outpost is worth giving the exchange for. But yeah, he is down material, and you could look at it like the Finn is possibly in worse condition than Shefty Milos. Obviously on F2, is immediately a threat, and he could consider immediately something like Bishop on D4 or various options. I think I could. Yeah. So I mean, so he did do bishop at d4, like I said. Pretty intuitive move. And you say, okay, so me and Shefty Milos are in the same rating tier range, where you expect me and him to see about the same. So bishop d4, pretty obvious move. Immediate pressure on f2. Yeah, I mean, he pushes, and he'll probably take with the knight. Maybe he takes with the bishop. Yeah, he probably should take with the bishop even. And I think he could take with the bishop. Pawn takes, and take with his queen. And then he's got a block. And he might be able to sacrifice for a knight and like place on f3. It's unclear. Time is ticking down right now too. So it's 3-2. This is like a classical thought and choice DeGroot study of what's going through a person's head as they're working out a calculation like this. And this is even more complicated than regular chess because of the extra factors. So like obviously even a beginning player a few moves ago was looking at this position on the board, that saying like even a 1300 player probably saw this position in their head. And when the smoke clears, what's going to be? And is it Shefty Milos going to get mated with a placement on d7, or just a return? So if it so he comes decent a decent move to keep the momentum, because at d7 he can't get the queen because the queen comes back with check, and then also he has the threat of like queen takes one of the knights. I mean, besides if he tries to defend. So I have to admit I like Shefty Milos' position here. I think he'd do bishop takes knight, although it's unclear. I mean, if he's not getting mated, he could attempt bishop takes knight. So he doesn't. He's so to say he's scared. And I guess here, like at least he's defending the knight on c5. So if Finn goes for a counterattack right away, the knight, he needs the square on c5. So pretty exciting. Time's ticking down. Shefty Milos is Skefty Milos is kind of slow. I think a lot of my victories are on time. Although I gotta say I like his position. Bishop takes knight. I mean, like he's winning here. I mean, I don't know if he's winning, but because the Finn has defense, but he's going to lose on time. I mean, he should really beat the Finn here. He has a much better position, and he probably just doesn't have it in him. The time factor. It's unclear. Like, I mean, if he just he's got to make a threat, and he's just not doing it quick enough. I mean, it's unfortunate he's going to lose on time. So let me share the link in the chat. And, for some commentary. So there's someone else streaming. I don't know who this is. LICHESS, who I guess is just talking through. That's what most people do. It's a good strategy. So to say like, okay, like I'm streaming to make it useful for other players, to make it useful for yourself, for to watch over. But even for yourself, if you just record yourself and watch it over for your own purposes. So that, let's just continue watching the Finn. Although, he plays these boring d4, d5 openings. I think when I was playing, I got to the point where like I had to start really playing non-intuitive openings to win, especially black with like the e4, e5, and you can't play really bishop c5 and at top play, and you have to start looking at other openings and say, okay, I'm gonna play crazy house to play d4 openings. Like, no, I didn't think I wanted to invest that amount of time, and even to play myself, like, no, I'm not competitive with these guys. They got the big guns out today, and I wouldn't be competitive. And saying even from the factor that saying these guys have spent probably maybe even 10,000 hours on Crazy House, and this doesn't look good for LAM 73. and he just has a crushed open. I mean, he could already do knight check and fork and pick off the queen. I mean, this guy's a weak master. He's my competition just to be in the top 100, but like this is just somewhat opening prep, where the Finn's famous for his opening prep, and some combination here of Loam puts his bishop on f4, and Finn puts his bishop on g5, and when all the smoke clears after all the trades, Loam decides to castle, even though he has the knight pinned, and just like snaps it off, and it's like, damn it, he's already about to lose the queen, and Finn here is like, okay, like there's probably no kill here, there's no finishing shot here, so he just wins the material, like the slow grind type position. I mean, he doesn't mind losing the queen in the sense, but he's saying just pick off the pawn. There was no direct way to hack at the king, so you just pick off material, and you'll probably hear, I mean, saying like he could give up the queen. He could probably play, at h6 and check, but I guess he likes this one better, taking the bishop first. I'm not exactly sure why, but it shouldn't make a difference, even if he did like a spite check. It probably just give him material. So yeah, I guess here the queen there is very simple. Although what happens if he runs to f2? I mean, I guess he's going to be trapped somehow, but I mean, and the Finn could probably even just start picking off more material. So the pawn at d2 will be mate. So he has to go back to e1, and the pawn at d2 is mate. So it was really kind of crushing, and so the Finn with the total package player, it was basically every aspect of the game, from the opening theory to I mean, so he basically came straight at with the opening theory to get a better position straight from the opening, and when the little exchange happens in the middle game, even though the Finn was black, it immediately is in his favor, and his opponent didn't even really get a chance to attack, and the Finn's attack, didn't lead directly to mate, but it led to the win of material, and basically no counterplay. So that's really how you want to play. When you play Crazy House, that's what you're aiming for. You want to crush your opponent with no counterplay. So here the Finn, I mean, he's probably happy with his position here, but he's allowed some counterplay, so to say. I didn't even kill, got a game off me, and the Finn also, he's only played this guy once or something, and he falls for this tactic, and this is not going to be good. Like, I guess he thought he was clever putting the pawn there. I mean, if he put the pawn at c2, I mean, really he could have put the pawn just at c2, and not sure if the pawn at e2 would have been as powerful. But now it's just it's just a huge win of material. And even though the Finn's king has some damage, it's always Crazy House, and there could always be mate around the corner. But the Finn is usually very good at controlling material. So I mean, if he had done knight takes or something like that, allowing so now he's up a substantial amount of material, and even though his king isn't perfectly safe, his mating attack, like he's already basically threatening mate. Rook at h1 would force the king to take, and then check, and then he would have basically instant mate. And kill doesn't really, I mean, he could play like rook d1. I would probably start like rook d1, just possibly give the king some breathing room, even though that may not help. Maybe force him to block somewhere. I mean, so he takes. Yeah, so I mean, it's bishop takes. I mean, if he had a pawn, he almost could have went for like rook sack and to have it forced, but he doesn't need to. So say even if there was a forced mate there, the finisher just strategy is just win the material, play safe. He doesn't have to waste a whole bunch of time calculating to see if there was some sort of forced mate there. And just, don't even waste any extra material. Use the bishop on b1. He can't even take it. Mate in 1 threatened. It does not look good. I mean, he could try something like knight at f4, but then he could just do like pawn at g2. Like, I don't see necessarily a forced combination win, but like, this is basically over. And yeah, I mean, he could still just do pawn at g2. I mean, if he does pawn at g2, the queen sack here, he just doesn't have any material to even really consider that. I mean, pawn at g2, and then he could do like rook takes bishop, and then queen takes c7, but that's just not going to be enough. So yeah, Finn plays pawn at g2. So I mean, Finn does not like losing. So I mean, he's going to make sure that there's nothing there. So he probably looked at the queen sack, the calculation of, can he sack the queen, or does he have any way to generate counterplay? And my quick look was just like, no. But yeah, I mean, so he goes for the queen sack. He didn't really have any choice other than that. But now at this point, it's kill or be killed. So he really doesn't even have another check. And at this point, it's kill or be killed, because there's forced mate. There's nothing that kill could do to stop the finisher from mating. And it looks at this point he just has a spite check or two. So the queen sack was nothing. I had mentioned the idea of playing rook takes bishop first, and then doing the queen sack just to gather another bishop. So that in theory he could have done that, but like even that is unlikely help. Okay, John Berkshire, thanks for helping. Just doing some commentary on this game, and if you have anything to talk about, feel free. But yeah, I'm trying to give some calculation skills and little commentary on the accomplishment of this man, the finisher, who I trained in theory, studied some crazy house theory with, and just to see him play. Here's Art of Deception, who made it to the finals. Strong player, Jorgendy. I think I beat him the other day on my video. But it's looking the end of the game, and here you have your calculation point. Like, is there a mate? You look at all this material. He has a queen, a knight, and a bishop, and so that that was an obvious, like, quick, easy to find mate. Just queen x rook, and he has to, because he's in check, he has to come back. It's just a very easy mate in 2. Art of Deception is basically trustworthy to see those kind of mates instantly in a minute or two. Yeah, thank you. Happy Hebrew New Year's, John. And COVID-19, I didn't even go to synagogue, but I said all the prayers. I tried to take my time, did all the chanting. Okay, so here's the finisher in Banana Joe. And so finisher tries e4 against him. He's usually a d4 player, but as I said, the finishers had a lot of victories against this guy. I mean, the finisher against me also has I think he's 32-1. So, and this is a guy who dedicates a lot of time to the game too. I'm saying this. I'll explain to you how much time this guy's dedicated to this game. To develop the theory, and then kind of say what kind of accomplishment does it mean to develop theory for a variant of chess. And I mean, so that's just a piece hang. So here at this point, this combination where he doesn't have to play pawn takes pawn here. He could just play knight to g4 immediately without doing pawn takes pawn. But once he does pawn takes pawn, then knight there, it doesn't matter. It's going to be the queen fork either way. Even if he took with the king, he would be able to check on d4. So he just lost a piece for nothing. And so here the offer the queen trade, but now it's going to be painful because the queen trade is going to come at a bad time. Although it may not be mate. So I mean, the Finn's got to calculate at this point, is there a mate? Because he's just up material. The Finn could just play like bishop to g5 and be at an advantage. He's up a piece for a pawn. However, there may be a mate. Like obviously, queen takes queen, and that queen lands right back on d7. But it looks like the king might be getting away. But actually, I think I see them. I think he could play queen takes queen, queen at d7. If he took with the h pawn. Okay, so he tried a different way. I think the Finn actually had mate there. So we look back. I think the Finn could have played bishop takes bishop after the queen, and if he took back with the rook, placed the bishop at d7. But I guess the king might be escaping through h8. We could look, but I think the Finn actually had a mate there. But it's a calculation there where the Finn is largely a low-risk player. So he's looking at the assessment there, and he's like, he could go for it. He didn't see the mate in his calculation. Maybe it's like a mate in 8 or something, and he's a low-risk player where he wants to win, and he doesn't want to take an unnecessary risk. And in the position, he didn't have to take an unnecessary risk because the position is really quite advantageous for him. Although it's funny that he's letting his time tick down. I mean, he could do knight check on d7 immediately. It's kind of unclear why he's thinking so long. He's looking for a kill. So, I mean, he just trades the queen after all that and develops his bishop. So, I mean, it's unclear that he's up material. He probably wanted more out of that. Like I have to admit, I thought the Finn had a mate there, and I say like he probably got scared and held back, and he might even be able to play like knight takes. I figured you just take the pawn, and like obviously you could play bishop at e7, or you could play knight at d7, and maybe the king is safe. He's got quite a few bishops. Bishops are a lot of times good defending material, so obviously he has to go to g8. I mean, you could take that. I don't even know why he. I guess he just did that to get the knight back. But I mean, I think he could just play rook at h2. I mean, I think the Finn is losing here. I don't see it. I think he just plays rook takes h2, and he can't take back. So it looks like the Finn is going down here, and we could look after, because I mean the Finn definitely was winning that game. I mean, even if he didn't have mate, Banana Joe just lost a piece for nothing, and saying that all happens, and it wasn't like it was a combination missing a queen check, and studies have shown that those are the most likely misses. So he could try to trap him in, like a bishop at e4, e5. I mean, bishop at e5 may be a good move to throw in. It's unclear. Like maybe he pushes g3 and tries to open up a tiny bit of space. But he has two bishops, and he could hover a little defense around him. I would consider bishop at e5 first. He might be looking to calculate a mate. In these type positions, you could just kind of like throw down. I mean, it looks like just mate, knight check there, queen at h2, and if he takes the knight, bishop at h5 is mate right away. Yeah, I think he misplayed that. I mean, now he could do queen at h5. I mean, he may not even be under direct threat where he could even consider playing a waiting move. I mean, I think he had mate. Like I pictured queen check, and if he took the knight, bishop on h5 was going to be mate, and he could, if he ran to f3. So Banana Joe, and now he's just freezing. Duvid's good. Like I just play, So I mean, if he tried like knight check, takes pawn, and then he's just running back with the bishop, and there's nothing there. He's got to consider the bishop there, but he really took too long, and so the Finn. He doesn't have anything now in the pawn. He's got Banana Joe is just very slow, so it's scary. The Finn isn't really good in these time scrambles. So a knight check, it's unclear, but I mean knight check. You got to finish him off here. I mean you got a Banana Joe. Like don't. I guess he just doesn't see it on there, and now he doesn't have anything. He's going to lose on time. Okay, too bad. That was pretty close. And, to say after all that, Banana Joe, he's even going to get mated. He's not going to lose on time. You probably play rook takes pawn and queen takes pawn, or even doesn't matter. He just he's got to move and win on time. So let's look at the analysis board. Really there. So we'll see that combination where Banana Joe lost the piece. So you see here, he let Finn get the whole center, so it's a good assessment. But pawn takes pawn is just bad. And then here at this point, you're saying you should give up the knight, but like knight here is just losing a piece. So he snaps the piece, and so here at d7, it looks like it should be winning. So look like here, queen x g6, hx g6 is a mate in 14. But you can say it looked good. Like, I don't know why he didn't do that. And then he figures, okay, I'll throw in the bishop there. But the problem is that the king just runs, and now after the queen trade, bishop there, he's not even really at advantage. And then here, knight check was just a blunder. I mean, what do you say? Like, did he really want to get his knight away that much? And then he takes the knight, and so I guess. Okay, rook takes pawn didn't actually finish him off. I thought rook takes pawn here would have made it. But it actually says queen takes f7 is the move. Okay, but after here, knight g4, king g3. Yeah, so queen h2, he can't take this or yet, and then he is mated. So king f3, knight e5, king e3. I mean, he just take the queen. Like he should have won this. So saying that was bad, and but it's a little bit of you see the difference in level of thinking. So even though the Finn misplayed it and they put the ball in the other court, so the finisher is a low risk player, and somehow there he saw ghosts. He had perfect opening preparation. Just wins a piece at the first mistake of Banana Joe, and then he sees some sort of ghost in the finish off. But he still pulls off the victory by playing tight defense, and Banana Joe is just slow. So Banana Joe's my competition, trying to edge me out of the top 100, and so I'm saying he's definitely done that to me, where he had better positions and just couldn't figure it out in the time allotment, and that's kind of the point of what I'm trying to get at for the study of thought and choice in chess. You have this, the study of consciousness and decision making in general, because obviously in most situations in life, people have limited information and time dependent solutions. I mean, this is just kind of like an obvious tactic. This is like a chunk, a crazy house chunk that I think I would have probably solved this too. Taking the bishop, maybe I wouldn't. Taking bishop takes pawn, knowing that the knight can't be taken because of the fork on the queen. And so this guy's an expert and fell for that. And, so at this point he has no material to place. And so the Finn is just up, you're basically a whole queen for nothing. And, he really could just, I mean, it's unclear how the Finn should. Yeah, I thought he would probably do that. Just place a pawn there. I mean, taking on f7 isn't really that great of a threat. But I guess at this point, he didn't really have any choice but to do it. And at this point, it's going to be mate, because he could try knight at g3. I mean, knight. Yeah, so he finds knight at g3, probably his only move to delay the game. Yeah, and he just takes the rook, and yeah, he could try, so a pretty easy finish off here that he didn't need to look at it like a puzzle in terms of what's the quickest, most efficient way to checkmate, but just assure that the initiative is in his behalf and the trades are continuing to go in his favor and he's controlling the material. So if you're looking at precision play where you could control the material, where you accept your ability to manage these factors. So he should probably just take the knight here. Yeah, I mean, he didn't want to allow, if he takes the knight, I mean, he's probably okay, but he didn't really need to allow that much counterplay and allow his king to get up or put himself at any risk. And at this point, yeah, he didn't even place material, but yeah, now you just do knight takes rook, and it's going to be forced mate checking sequence. So the point, forced crazy house, you have forced mating checking sequences. So obviously here, there's a lot of material on the board. So even if he blacks with like bishop there, he could just take it all, and he's got so much material. I mean, here just even the quick, like I haven't missed that the knight there would be an immediate smothered mate. But all of these will basically come down to these forced mate sequences, especially with the ability to place pieces off the board. So Bughouse Knight is substantially quicker than the Finn, and berserking. Although his play, is much weaker. I mean, he's not 200 points weaker. It's probably because he's berserking. So here, so the finisher had some trouble there. I mean, he did pretty good that opening. I think Banana Joe just dropped a piece, but like the Finn, he gave the Finn all the advantages you asked for with white, even without blundering that piece. But the Finn goes back to his regular d4 preparation, and these are just kind of like slow, boring grinds. So so from my perspective, I could say, oh, do I really want to study and play to beat the Finn? And because you have to have some ambition, some reason why you want to play so much, why you want to, the science is pretty clear that it's largely chunking. And like, I think I'm good enough at the game where even a grandmaster, if they come in, they probably got to play at least 1,000 games before they're going to be able to beat me. Even if they're destined to become better than me, have more talent, it's still going to take them, the chunking ability to recognize the patterns in chunks that a regular chess player will not instantly notice. They're different chunks, and maybe players who play Bughouse a lot, that most of the players who play Crazy House are Bughouse players and might have quite a few of the chunks in memory from Bughouse in terms of mating and attacking or defending patterns. But the chunking pattern of recognizing that you have to replenish your own source of material. So the chunks from Bughouse do definitely cross over and benefit people. So Bughouse players who I never played Crazy House till a year ago. And I really hadn't played Bughouse since I was a kid. In fact, I played Old Has-Been Genge. I remember playing him like 20 years ago on the internet when I was like a teenager, and just like sat at home all day and played Bughouse on the internet. And so it's saying the best players, because it's chess, are actually like these little kids or younger kids that basically just sit at home and play chess on the internet all day. And that would go with the evidence of like chunking. That it's basically a pattern formation that takes long periods of time to get these patterns in storage to be able to play quickly and recognize the patterns. That's what I always say. I coach chess at the DIA, and I don't really have personal students. Like everyone I coach at chess has other coaches, and but I've coached a lot of people, and the DIA, we have we train the kids in the museum, and then we pair them off to play against just random museum goers. I mean, this is not looking good for Banana Joe. He just takes the rook and like, oh no, I apologize, it's defended. So yeah, I mean, he should just take the bishop here. But I mean, pawn on e5 is coming instantly. So there's a question. I guess he could look for some sort of attack, but I don't know what's he thinking about. They just take the bishop and yeah, so he didn't want to go for at e5 because of the sack possibility. I was definitely looking at that. And it's like Finn is a low risk player, and so if he looks at a quick calculation, and it's also related to alpha beta pruning. I talked about in my video and how the computers go about it, and just the free will aspect of the Finn. If you look at the Finn, and he has played 6,000 games, but I think he's played tens of thousands of games. Like if the server, he's put he's got special computer programs that aren't even available to most people, that are like running studies that will tell you and research the best move. Plus he's got groups and meetups where he's talking with the best players about these various things. So I mean, just the time level commitment. He may be more like a gamer. And saying most of the top chess players are more gamers, and saying from the gamer perspective, Duvid was a chess coach. All the King's Men chess and brain games, where chess was related to teaching kids to think. And like I was mentioning at the museum, the chunking patterns is that I could take an 8-year-old kid and in a few months teach him enough patterns that he will be able to beat an average museum goer who sits down and even it's like African American, if that even made a difference. But anybody, an average kid who seriously takes a chess program for a few months and goes through learning the important patterns, so to say, and then they'll be able to beat an average player, because the average person who does not have mastery in those patterns are not going to be able to on the spot figure out the winning strategy to beat a kid who's been in the program, so to say. So interesting. Banana Joe, 10 seconds here down time wire, last ditch attempt. It's unclear what the Finn, if he wants to sack and try king takes rook and then knight takes and just go back, or he wants to then sack the queen for the knight and he's just finalizing it, or if he's looking if he wants to play like knight takes bishop or something else, like I see pawn there and another knight down. So just saying at this point he doesn't have a threat, although yeah, so now the knight is defending the check even. So the purpose of the knight on e5 is just defending here. So he actually gets mate in the last few seconds. And we get the Finn against Metin, and Metin, one of the most prolific players on the server. You can say he's got almost 24,000 games. So make sure my sound is right. We got 5 people watching. Not too exciting. Just wanted to put a little theory out there, and I could be playing and trying to compete, and it's like even the Finn, like what's he win for winning, and so it's funny, the Finn berserks Metin here, my Turkish friend, and Metin's got a few games off of him. Metin has a better record. Metin I've played more games against than anyone else on the server. I've played him almost 120 times, and he's beaten me more times than I've beaten him, although I'm higher rated than him, and a lot of his victories were at the beginning. So Metin is a good example of the chunking theory and kind of like chess traps. So if you were like a speed player or player that plays risky openings, attack, traps, maybe like a 2,000 rated player, easily crushes beginning players. Like Duvid kind of does that. I'll play the King's Gambit and just crush beginners with attacking the King's Gambit. And when I'm playing most of my training, I'll usually just use the King's Gambit because it's good demonstrating the power of the pieces and piece coordination. And so it's funny. I think Finn's going to lose here. Like go Metin, vamos Metin. I'm going to even root for Metin. Finish the finisher. Punish him for his hubris. Yeah, so I think the Finn's gonna lose this game. Like, this is not looking good for him. He's just down a piece. He might be able to generate some sort of attack, but his time is so low, and the Finn's like a low risk player. So at the end of the day, he could try. Yeah, bishop takes pawn looked good, and I would just. I'm not sure where he pops that bishop or pawn, how he wants to go about doing this. Metin definitely should take advantage of his advantage here, and Metin should win this game. And he should play bishop check and then attack the knight as mate even. Finn just walked into mate, I think. Bishop check here, and so it's mate. Finn walked into mate. Knight check. Oh no, it's not mate. I thought knight on a7 would be mate. So he could. It's not quite mate. So he could try getting a pawn. So he just takes the pawn. The Finn tries something defensive. The Finn's still playing to win here. Saying so I would play bishop takes pawn on g5. I think if Metin just takes the pawn on g5, he would have been better. He walked into mate and won. So that was horrible. That was Metin's game to win. Too bad Metin. Did he have? Even here, if he just plays bishop takes pawn, look how much better he is. He just walks into mate. He's plus 15. But he's nervous. He's playing the Finn. The Finn's beat him so many times that he got nervous. So too bad. But he, the Finn even berserked that. But he should have been punished for his hubris there, and it's too bad that Metin wasn't able to punish him there. So interesting. Got another guy streaming. It's good practice. You should stream. That's the way to get better. So the Finn, just on a roll, winning and winning and winning. Bughouse Knight. He's not. He's berserking. He's losing. If you look at the Finn has a 94% win rate. He lost 3 games. He's won 30 games. Bughouse Knight has only a 68% win rate, although he's right there saying the finisher still may not win this. Bughouse Knight plays the whole tournament. He could stay competitive even with the finisher, if he just has a slip. I'm saying the finisher got lucky that game. He should have lost that game, but he did win. So Bughouse Knight, keep it competitive, and saying the Finn is not very fast. He's saying that game he berserked, he really should have lost. So Trio Bull here looks like he won a piece. Can he take advantage of that? He should almost certainly do knight takes knight here. He doesn't have to. And pawn here. I say the finisher berserking here. This does not look good for him. This looks, Trio Bull, punish him, finish him. You got to punish the finisher for his, hubris. He could almost do knight check there and knight check there, but then he runs. I'm not sure if he has a direct threat. What happens if he just plays bishop at c5 or something? Punish he's got to punish the Finn for his hubris. Okay, so let's see if he could punish the Finn here for this, but he might not be able to. He may not be able to finish him. So it's a look at the game, and okay, so it's like the Finn and the other players are largely just gamers. So the purpose is to win, and he did all of this work largely to win, and saying that's normal psychology. I mean, he could even consider like bishop here because then the knight double threat mate. Like I would play, um, I maybe would have tried bishop at g5, and now I mean that's almost just mate. I mean, but he wins the queen. Like I mean, the Finn is just going down. He's got nothing. So I mean, the Finn's going down here. You know, the Finn is being punished for his hubris. I mean, like, why he's even berserking? You know, in his own mind, this is probably boring to him. Now, I showed in the Cleveland paper that you need a challenge or else it's boring. That it's not fun to just win at chess, and the patterns themselves have to be interesting. And I mean, this is not a good position for the Finn. I mean, he's down like uh, two queens for a piece, and I mean, just knight at d4, knight at d4. I mean, this guy trio bullet. I don't know if I played him, but he's saying this guy, as a 2000 player, um, should really be able to finish the Finn off. Now he has the double check in mate. Uh, um, I mean, he could really do queen takes pawn there. I think queen, but I mean bishop takes there. Um, I mean, Finn has no counterplay. He could just slow play it here. Even the Finn doesn't even have a counterattack. He could just play pawn at c3. But I mean, he does bishop takes knight, and should be able to finish him off. I mean, he placed the knight at f3. It may not even be enough. I mean, he's got the other knight check. I mean, but so now h5. No, it's not. It's not even mate. He could take. So I mean, he could still knight takes pawn. I think is mate. I think this is finally mate. No, it's not. He could still run, but now it's still not mate. Knight check here is back mate. So knight g6 is actually mate, and he couldn't punish him. Like the Finn is still hanging on here. This guy's got 2 pawns left, and okay, the Finn gets punished for his hubris. So the Finn goes down, and Bughouse Knight right behind him. I mean, there's a little hubris there, and like he's right there. And so I mean, obviously, if you just look at the play, okay, the theory, and saying, okay, the Finn makes a lot of mistakes compared to the computer, compared to perfect play. You could see watching him, one of the top players in the world. And it wouldn't matter if it was the world champion; it would still be the same case. There would be a lot of mistakes compared to objectively the best play. And so, from the theory of consciousness and decision making, it's very interesting to analyze why people make the mistakes that they do. And I mean, so now he's just. I mean, it's a good attack here for the Finn. So there's some counterplay. That was material that he's up, and now the Finn is actually down material. Obviously, that's if he takes with the queen, knight check there is mate, so he has to take with the king and the bishop. So this probably mating, but he could minimally just win the queen. So there's no counterplay, so there's just the Finn's game, no problem. You just win the queen, and there's no counterplay. So good job, Trio Bull, in scalping the Finn there. But the Finn's right back there to his easily crushing experts. So let's look at this. The game, the other top contenders in this Bughouse Knight against Art of Deception. And the Art of Deception plays the fianchetto with the queenside bishop, and then gives up his f6 knight, which is a reasonable strategy, and pumps that pawn right down there on the hole he gave him on e2. I mean on e3. So I guess he takes, and he could pound away at f6 and bring the queen out. Maybe he doesn't or doesn't want to. So interesting question. He probably okay Bughouse Knight here. So Art of Deception actually sacrificed a piece for this. So he does have the move, although it's unclear. Like, he sacrificed a piece, and what does he have for it? What is his threat even? If he played like knight at g4 and threatening at f2, if he played f2 immediately, so he just goes back. Is he going to sacrifice back the exchange? He could try. I think he could have considered sacrificing the exchange there. So at this point, he lets him get the knight in there, and he really doesn't want to move the knight, because then he could take the knight at f3 and butcher up his pawn structure, and he could already pop a pawn down there on f2. But if it doesn't do anything, he's just going to lose that pawn there, and so he takes, and now he could pound away at f3, but there's some holes, there's some gaps. What if he does bishop takes knight now? It looks like bishop takes knight, he just pounds open that structure. Now he could play pawn at f2 first, instead of doing the knight check. So now if he takes with the rook, he has knight check on h3 with the double attack on it. And okay, so he doesn't have any material. He doesn't have anything here for g2. He has two knights. Can he do anything with them? And obviously, taking on g4, just get that knight out of there. Those bishops, he's got three bishops and the queen pounding down. So material here is actually even. He could consider even like retreating the knight to e5 or something, just knight e5. He could even consider knight at e5. So he pushes e5. You're saying, yeah, those bishops pounding down on the king were scary. He had to do something about it. He just didn't have any material. It didn't look like his knight could do anything useful to attack. I was actually looking at knight e5, but yeah, this might be better. Just use his material on the board. Pawn, try to get some material, and Bughouse Knight just, okay, takes the pawn on f2, clear up a little bit. It's unclear. Like, I would, if he wants to do like bishop at f5 and just allows him to play pawn at e3 and then what? Or if he's going to do, he could try like knight at h3, and then, if he rook g2, and then so maybe if he's going to get the rook, it pays to get the bishop down there. So like bishop at f5, and if he does, okay, so he goes with the knight there, but I'm not sure what his immediate threat is. What happens if what happens if Bughouse Knight just places a pawn at g2, or plays rook a1 to g1? So looking at like rook a1 to g1, use his piece on the board. Rook takes g7, probably maybe a strong enough threat, and he doesn't really have anything if he's going to push his bishop. So he plays the move I said, and now maybe knight at f5. So if looking at Bughouse Knight, so he, this is probably his good move. Just threaten the knight on f6. If he defends, it's his queen out there, and then he could attack the queen. So he just moves it. So what happens if he just continues at f6 or h6 and just piles on the dark square, the dark squares with all these pieces he has? So yeah, that's the strategy he chooses, and material is still close to even. AOD might be down a few pawns, and that's what he's using right now, those pawns that he's down. So those knights, like, that's mate. Like, unfortunately for him, is that could be mating. So he really has to sacrifice his knight. I'm not sure what he's thinking about, if he thinks he has some sort of counterattack, but I don't see anything other than a big sack. And so here I guess he could have played knight at h6 first, and knight takes. So yeah, he may not have enough for he's got to play quick. His time is running down. But I mean, it's not looking good for Art of Deception. He can't take the queen because that will be mate. And knight at f5, and I think knight f5 is still mate. He can't really even take the queen. I mean, he could do something like pawn at e7. I mean, it's an interesting attempt, so he lets him block it up, but he's losing on time. Now the material deficit is going to be too much to overcome. You'll see how it finishes off. But so at this point, it's kind of like you enter motor mechanical movement, and most of this you're saying is the chunking, where it's not really a matter of free will. So I'm going to try to explain this phenomenon related to consciousness, where we talk about chunking theory. Is the resolution problem? You should be able to get up to 720p on in resolution. So I'm streaming it a way that you could get up to 720, which is, I think, a low definition HD. So maybe the picture of me is smaller. So okay, so we got the Finn and Banana Joe again. So I mean, this would be me. Like if I were playing, I would just be playing the Finn again and again, and he might even berserk me. Like the Finn might even have the hubris to just like berserk me. Like, oh, beating Duvid is so easy, I would just berserk him. But I mean, probably not in 3.2. But it's possible. It's just the opening prep. Banana Joe is a strong player, about even with Duvid, and he's just getting worse positions out of the opening every time. Saying, how did that happen? Banana Joe was white here, and he plays until he's d4. And, so the other game, if you mentioned, the difference was the bishop g5, f4. So he played g5 in the other game that he lost a few games ago. But Finn plays h6. And you notice the difference is that Finn backs up to h5 and to f4. So Banana Joe does the kingside expansion, f3, and then he can't even take. So like he decides that even after f3 that he's not actually going to take because obviously knight take and the hole on f2 would be dangerous. So now at this point he could take, and so Banana Joe, 13 moves, no material has been traded, and I guess the Finn is looking like, I'll take a pawn. You opened up your structure. He thinks he could do more damage with the material trade than Banana Joe, and his king isn't castle that's in the center. He's opened up his structure and all these various reasons. However, the material's even, and Banana Joe's a strong player. He could probably conjure up an attack on the castle king here, largely out of nothing. So if it was Banana Joe to play, he would probably be able to conjure up a winning attack. So looking at that queen check, and so he sacks the queen. So interesting. I didn't expect that. So I guess queen sack back. So what does he take here? I mean, does he take with the pawn or the bishop? And what's the Finn's idea here? I mean, he sacked his queen, and I mean, so just to threaten the knight. So he just takes it back, gives it back. I mean, I might just play pawn at e7 here. I mean, he's saying if his time is ticking down, and pawn at e2 is probably mating. So maybe he has to play just like queen at e2, because like 11. But I'm not sure. I mean, if pawn at e2 is mating or not. But I mean, Banana Joe is just going to lose on time here. He's just too indecisive. He allows the queen in him. So just pawn at e2. Finn doesn't even go for the check and knight there. He just wins the material. So I mean, the Finn's like, why bother if it's not leading someone clear? He'll just keep on taking material. His king is pretty safe. open up a few more holes. And time is just ticking down. Like, it said Finn is a low risk player. He had the hubris to risk berserking, and he lost. And it's not even a threat. Like, pawn at h7 is not even a threat. That even if Finn gave a whole bunch of material, it doesn't even seem a major threat. And this looks like it should just be mate. So queen at f2 is coming. So Bughouse Knight hanging in there. What do you take a break? So here we go. The Finn berserks kill. So punish him. Let's see if punish him. So we'll see. He berserked him, which means he only gets a minute and a half, and he doesn't get the increment. So it's interesting when you bring the bishop out. Like I was playing the other day. Like usually I bring the bishop out, but you play d4 before you bring the bishop out. Then you have to worry about at h3. So the Finn probably has the computer analysis and the opening study to to say just don't bring the bishop out and do the d4 and the knight takes first. And I don't really see any reason why he gave up that pawn. Here, and what's he gonna do? Like knight takes pawn. He can almost sack his queen already, and I guess he's threatening to take the bishop. So if the Finn messed up here and he takes the bishop, so he has to sack his queen. And I'm not sure. The Finn might be punished again for his hubris. I gotta say, it's looking good for kill here. Can he take the knight? I don't think he could take the knight. So I mean, he can't get away with taking the knight. He doesn't seem to have a direct threat. He might consider just moving the knight. And so okay, picks off another bishop. Good idea. Just pick off the bishop. I guess say it's yours. Bring her home, kill. He's got to get this. So he should just take the knight. I mean, what's he going to do after he takes the knight? Obviously, he's got some threats, but yeah, I mean, he could probably sack his queen, but he doesn't even have to. And now knight takes. He doesn't. I mean, he should probably just take the knight, but then obviously he's going to have pawn at h6, and then pawn. So I guess this queen sack probably works. So this queen sack is probably because he could bring the queen from a8. So I mean, he could consider. He probably blocked off his own queen. He can consider knight takes c2. If he doesn't have a threat, he's going to release his knight somewhere. So kill. I mean, even the Finn playing quick to try to defend this. I mean, he doesn't have much good chances of defending. I wouldn't give up that bishop on g5 necessarily for nothing. So because the knight back to f5. So when he takes the rook, so he takes the bishop. Now he should just play at f5 at f4 and take, and he could probably sack the queen here. I mean, he could sack the queen here. I would, but he doesn't have to. So just play queen takes f4. I mean, queen takes f4. You got to bring her home, finish him off. I mean, this is finish him for his hubris. So queen takes bishop, and it's mate. Queen takes bishop, and he could play. Yeah, I mean, the Finn is still hanging in there. The Finn has so little material there. His mating chance is so small, and so he just takes the piece and the bishop, and the time also. But he's hanging in there. He's got to finish him off. I mean, rook at c1. You only win by mating, and kill is an expert. And you're saying with all of this, the intimidation factor of the Finn is immense in that he's having a hard time finishing him off, and he didn't play even the best continuations. time's ticking down. I'm saying like he's in a no risk situation here. Like this is finally mate, but I mean like Kill's in a no risk situation here because he just doesn't have any material to defend, and so b5 is mate. So finish 2 games there, berserking. So punished twice for his hubris there for berserking, and Metin should have finished him too. So see what happens next, and Bughouse Masters, Bughouse Knight staying in there. He's got tough competition. So I've got a few games off Bughouse Knight. So saying like Bughouse Knight is faster, but he's got to win, and he's got tough competition here, and it's unclear, how easy it's going to be for. And that's just mate. Bughouse Knight. Either way, the bishop mate. So I mean, catch up on Berserk. So the finisher against Art of Deception. So the Art of Deception, AOD. It's he doesn't have such a bad record. AOD. Let's see if he could do it. We got AOD. Ramos here. Let's see if he could. So he does the knight sack on f6, and this is kind of like book play. They've done a lot of commentary on this, and just he didn't do the knight sack. So he took with his bishop, and I guess he lost a pawn because he couldn't take back with the queen because the fork on e7. So the Finn is just up a pawn. I'm not sure if AOD, if that's book and there was a pawn sacrifice, or if he just missed that and he's getting some sort of compensation here as black. So he's able to develop his pieces, but he doesn't have anything to place. It's unclear how safe his king structure is with the h6. Take a few moves to do like a direct attack. So it's possible. If he does like bishop takes knight, what's he going to do with the knight? Where's he going to put it? And if he doesn't, what does he do? Because the Finn just has he's just going to be up the pawn, and he's just going to instantly place that. So he develops his queen, and I guess like a preparatory move. I guess it's unclear. I mean, the Finn could go probably at e5 is giving back the pawn, because e5. So here, because it's crazy house, e5 is defended 5 times by black and 3 times by white. But sometimes those exchanges are worth it just to trade pieces and open them up. So the Finn could have considered playing at e5 anyways, but the Finn's generally a materialistic player and doesn't go for unsure variations. The Bughouse Knight is more likely to play into a line that he thinks is winning, as where the Finn is less likely to take the risk of going into a line that may be losing. And so that's a style variation here. And so if it was maybe even Jasugi, top ranked player, better record against the Finn, is also a more high risk player than the Finn. But the Finn may be on occasion to punish him for the high risk he takes. But even if Jasugi was playing the Finn, he would probably still use his relatively high risk strategy. And so that that's personality we talked about in the Cleveland paper of personality coming over the chessboard, where risk, appetite for risk is a characteristic. The question, what is it? Consciousness and the personality, but there is a known phenomenon of risk appetite, and risk appetite generally shows on the chessboard. The level of a person's risk appetite will be some sort of correlation between their in IRL real life risk for your danger and the chess style. So I mean, you could assume that Finn is a low risk person in real life, and that's corresponding to his low risk style of crazy house play. So here you got kind of a boring game. And so the Finn is still just up this pawn. But he allowed, so AOD has a somewhat development, but the question also, this F6. I mean, the hole on H6, how dangerous is it? How big of a risk is playing, pawn at H6, especially with his queen in the middle of the board, that, queen trade wouldn't be that unreasonable. And, but he continues, just placing a knight in the center. And so the Finn just uses his onboard pawn. And then here you go. He's sacking back a piece for 2 pawns. So now the Finn. Oh, so actually, that tactic worked out in Art of Deception's favor. And I guess he could have played Rook F2. So at this point, if he wanted to hold on to the bishop, he had to play Rook F2. So he places the pawn, and now he loses the piece. He goes for bishop right back, and AOD places the pawn. Now I'm going to say I think AOD is going to win this one. So finish him, AOD. This game is yours. Like, the Finn messed up that tactic there. C4 was not a good move. He had the material, like, kind of materialistic. The Finn was probably in his home head thinking that, like, I'll use the material on the board. Why would I, I could just push C4, when he had a pawn knight to place and is somewhat materialistic, and he could suffer for it. So does AOD have enough to go immediately for an attack? And so he goes knight there. He's got to take. He doesn't have to take. The smothered mate was not. He did have the knight on D3, but now at this point, you just take the rook. I do not like Finisher's chances. Bishop takes rook, and then he's going to play king takes rook, I guess. So he didn't want bishop takes rook, and then king takes rook. So at this point, the knight is too powerful, so he can't risk knight at A6 for his own tap, because bishop takes knight, and that would probably be enough to finish him. But I think at this point he could do bishop takes rook. Just pawn back there, and I guess he has to take with the knight. But what is he going to have after it takes with the knight? It's knight check, king over. Does he have a plan with that, or is he just going to place another pawn there? So it looks like, because he doesn't have queen, because the knight is defending. He doesn't have the rook at A8. So that is a mate threat on him. The knight at A3 is a mate threat, because the smothered knight at A6 is now mate because of the smothered. He can't play. He has to take and then mate. So AOD could have won that. Look at the analysis board. So I saw that even quicker than him. AOD is not a very quick player either. He's not necessarily not even quicker than the Finn. So I guess it was semi-okay. And that's, so look, if it was the C4 move here, that was bad. So C4 is just like probably the Finn's materialism, that he plays C4 here, and it's just a little materialistic, and he misses this tactic. And so, and even here, he had to, Rook F2. I don't know why he didn't play Rook F2. And so at this point, the Finn is substantially worse and should have lost. And even the bishop there, the AOD plays defensively. He shouldn't have. But there in the sack from the Finn, knight at F3. I guess at G2 was better. And bishop takes F1. So I guess he was just seeing ghosts. Bishop takes F1, and then he was worrying about what? Yeah, but I guess like he thought he could do king takes, and what was he worried about? Um, yeah, so unfortunately for AOD, he wasn't able to finish him off there. It was a pretty intense game, and you see the instantaneous necessity to make good decisions, and he wasn't able to, to finish him off in that way. He wasn't able to see, and so the Finn, even though he lost last time, berserks again with black. So punish him. I gotta say, punish him. Punish the finisher for his hubris. So I mean that's a big advantage. Like half the time plus the 2-second increment with black, and that he lost the last game. So I mean here's the Finn. Like he's just upset that he lost to this guy, even though he berserked him, because in his own head, like the free will, like why does he play? Almost certainly it's like an ego thing. This guy's asking what's hubris definition. So I mean, well, I even got my comment there. Hubris, excessive pride. So John Stuckley, his hubris also in 30,000 games. So he's 23.5 against my 3.5. Oh, so these guys are probably like about ready to like ban me from their server. I think they didn't like my comments rooting against the Finn. They don't think I deserve to be able to sit here and root against the Finn. So I think that last comment was actually deleted by their server. So we take my karma and saying like largely I play chess due to my bad character. And so like obviously the studies are very clear. And so like you could have some sort of perception like why you play chess, what it means to play chess, how you feel when you play chess. But the scientific evidence is very clear. And in the papers, in the comments, and you try to make it exciting because it's basically an ego thing that the chess is only exciting as a battle of egos. If it was just like brain game, and you had like some like high IQ people giving him like really complicated things to see if they could do it. I mean, you could do that. Like I enjoyed that. Like I'm a big fan of Stephen Wolfram. Like I could spend days and days and days singing the praise of Stephen Wolfram. And you're saying, but like mathematics and chess like that, mathematics you can make into a battle, but like no, I mean you come up with a theory, you do something with it, you make some money off of it, or you make an invention, you advance technology. However, chess you just win. And saying, okay, if it's a tournament, maybe you win money in a prize fund, or you get like a ranking. Like there's a ranking, you see like who's from the better players, and there's a ranking. So, but I mean, generally, like yes, the studies, the ancients said that generally, the reason why people play chess is bad character, the desire to win. I desire to demonstrate my excellence and my superiority over other people. And that is why I play chess. So that is really undeniable. I mean, say, okay, it's not like it's like Joe Rogan was talking about the fight, the fight. I guess I wasn't this Usman and Covington or something. There was a big fight Saturday night in Vegas, and I guess it was like related to like Black Lives Matters and whatchamacallit. So I mean, this is looking good for the kill again. So like he's gonna finish him. So like the finisher will be punished for his hubris, but not like he couldn't do it like Kill. I mean, so Kill has the 2-second increment, but he's still like the one losing on time. So even here with the finisher, he's got the time advantage, but his time is ticking down. that knight is not a good blocking piece. Like pawn there is an interesting move. But yeah, just not, now he has nothing. Now he's made it. So it is over. And I mean, you could take that another move. So Kill had his advantages. He had his chances, but he blew it. And, so I mean, I guess, it's the fun of friendly on friendly competition that is saying like that. Okay, people play chess and they, what does it mean to win? What mess is the Finn? You're saying, I'm just a gamer. I'm here just to win. But you say, okay, what does chess mean to you? What it means different things to different people. So what does it mean that the Finn's here just beating a bunch of people? Did it? So if he said, okay, I'm just a gamer, like whatever, like it didn't mean anything to me. I just wanted to play a game. I wanted to win a game, and it meant a lot to me that it didn't even mean anything to me. Like I'm just a math geek. Reality is like I don't even care who any of these people are on the other side of the computer. In reality, the only reason Duvid plays chess is to improve my calculation speeds. In terms like, no, I don't think there's any future in gaming. Like I teach chess as a method as a good deed, basically. But I mean, from a competitive level, I have my own theories what chess means, and obviously, not that many people agree with me. I have my own theories what Crazy House means. Not that many people agree with me. But at the end of the day, it's just geometric patterns. That's why the computer is better than the top players, because at the end of the day, all it is geometric patterns. So here you have Bughouse Knight, so the finisher taking a break, and Bughouse Knight right in there. He could probably catch up and maybe take the shield away from the Finn. Maybe the Finn was not meant to be the shield, the shield holder, and we'll see if Bughouse Knight has a chance to come back here. So Bughouse Knight just kind of safe playing it. Material is just up a pawn, so all this, and he's up a pawn. But if you look, they each have a knight and bishop on the rim. He could do knight takes bishop, and so Kill has like some minor initiative here. I mean, he could do knight takes h3, and but he doesn't really have any follow up. His bishop there is grim. The knight, both of them have knight piece on the a file that aren't really doing anything. He just says to go for a pawn. I mean, I can't imagine what Kill was thinking there to just go for a pawn, and I don't even know why he did that. Honestly, I don't understand that move. I don't know what his follow up was. I mean, I was queen takes knight, and then he could have played bishop at e5. So that I mean, I guess bishop back, but now he just plays bishop at e5. I mean, now he's got to play pawn at f4 or something, a pawn at h5. Like, yeah, I think that was not. That was just baffling there. I mean, when people make mistakes and miss the best move. So I mean, here obviously bishop takes pawn is kind of like a baffling move, and then because like he could probably just take the queen and get away with it. I don't see what he was going to do. I mean, he could have kept on placing there and eventually won the queen. Maybe that was what he was scared of. Then goes this way, and now, yeah. I mean, so that bishop check there. So now he could play bishop takes bishop. Maybe he should go for pawn takes pawn. So I mean, I guess he should do pawn takes pawn. He didn't want to sack the queen, so now he kind of wimps out of this. So Bughouse Knight gets kind of scared, and backs down for some defense. So this is actually looking good for Kill. So there was a, I was just mentioning that Bughouse Knight was just up a pawn, relatively even material. I'm not sure, like pawn at h3. Did he really have to play pawn at h3? I mean, like if you just played h3, like I mean, it seems, whatever. Sometimes you see ghost and like you're trying to win. I'm saying so. Probably what's going on. The major thing in the front of consciousness of both the Finn and Bughouse Knight is basically, I want to win. and the person they want to win against is largely the other person. So to some extent, like in the consciousness, it's really just a battle between Bughouse Knight and the finisher. Obviously, there's a battle on the board between Bughouse Knight and the kill, but that's like that's a battle in the larger war. And for that reason, it could cause people to slip. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why people make thinking mistakes, why people make errors in thought. I mean, he might be able to just play queen takes knight. I mean, he probably just has to play queen takes knight no matter what. I don't know. I mean, he could try like a knight at f4. So I mean, the question if he plays, if it's mating, if he plays knight h5, and he plays bishop takes knight, and then he plays a pawn there, whether that's mating or bishop, whether it's mating or not, and so he could be materialistic and just snap another knight, but then obviously this knight there hangs, and that might be mate. So I'm wrong about that. Queen takes knight, then maybe queen takes rook because immediate mate threat. So I mean, see what he's thinking. I mean, probably he's just going to do pawn takes knight. I mean, obviously, if he doesn't take the knight, he could just play queen takes rook here. So I'm assuming he's going to play queen takes rook, and he has the mate threat. That was his idea, but maybe he's got something else in mind. I mean, he could also consider playing something like a6. So he plays queen takes rook, and he has the mate in one threat. So at this point, kill probably has to go for the mate, and I guess that is mate. So that is mate. So kill gets the mate there. So bishop there check was in fact a mate, and now he's got two rooks, and it will be mate. So so kill coaching the Finn and poaching the Finn and Bughouse Knight. So see, maybe Duvid scared the finisher off. He couldn't handle the commentary. I mean, I don't know the man, honestly. Like, I mean, I guess he's from Finland, but I mean, he's a player like relatively nice to me. But saying to this, like, I'm not a gamer. Like, I don't really care who wins or not. I'm just doing this more to improve my thinking. And relatively, I usually just coach chess. I didn't and did it largely as an activity to look at how people improve thinking. So. But it is a competitive game, and the majority of people who play to win. And if I were playing, I would be playing to win. And saying the reason, I figured I'd just stream and talk through this is kind of this thought and choice. And a lot of these players up here would be beating me. I might be in the top 10 if I were playing, but most of these players are better. Here you got Tornin on a 4-game losing streak, 2 Brocks. So I guess we'll follow Bughouse Knight and see see if he catches up here, and he'll probably take it. I mean, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Finn comes back. I mean, because it's just a shield. People like winning, and saying like he'll be back. He wants to win, but Bughouse Knight is a talented player, and he's only 30 or so behind, so likely he'll be able to catch up within 30-45 minutes. That he should be able to catch up. I mean, Tornin's not a weak player. None of these games are given or easy. So like Tornin is. I played him 2 games and went 1-1 with him. But I mean, he's a top 100 player, and I guess he's been playing for a long time player, and yeah, that just looks a little bit scary. That open file. I mean, Tornin material is relatively close to him, and that will be mate because now we could place at e7 and mate. So we could have done it even 2 different ways. Okay, so I guess we'll just keep following Bughouse Knight and see if he comes to beat the Finn. So see if the Finn comes back, and otherwise just follow the Bughouse Knight till he overtakes the Finn. See if the Finn comes back. I wouldn't be surprised if Bughouse Knight if he overtakes the fin, and even if the fin comes back, that he still may not be able to catch him, because even the fin's a stronger player, he's slower, and berserk, and if the fin has lost concentration already. I mentioned the studies. Attention is a huge factor, because to some extent, the biggest factor in so here, Skefty Milos is won the last 2 games, and so Bughouse Knight decides not to berserk. So I'm not sure if it was because he berserked. And Bughouse Knight does not have the opening theory that the fin does. I mean, the fin largely gets better positions out of the opening against almost everybody besides the top 10 players or so. And like the reason he does is because obviously the huge amount of work and effort he's put into it in terms of the chunking patterns. I mean, the scientific evidence is very clear. And if you look at the top players, it matches the scientific evidence. It's interesting. I mentioned these ideas that in terms of consciousness, that when you ask people to explain why and how they did things, and when you have outside considered objective measurements of why a person did something, it usually doesn't actually match. That why a person claims they think that they did something versus why they actually did it doesn't correspond. So then people know, like cognitive dissonance in like psychology, this is a very well-known phenomenon. However, like it's dissonance, and the reason it's a known psychological phenomenon, and especially to people who study the heart problem of consciousness or are going to advance a theory on it, is because it's counterintuitive. That saying when de Groot did his study on chess, it was largely due to introspection of top players. He asked them what they were thinking, and he did these exercises I was trying to demonstrate of a person going through, which is kind of the banter style. That's why everybody does the banter style now, where it's just top players who are explaining why and how they do something. And but the interesting thing from the scientific perspective is that it doesn't match the evidence of why people actually do things, how they explain why they do it. And so it's an interesting factor. So if people believe that superior chess play is an indication of superior mental ability, is a widely held belief. Like you could assume that 95% of people would probably think that superior chess player is due to superior mental ability. However, all the evidence contradicts that. So Bughouse Knight not taking any risk here, saying he did lose a few games against this man, so obviously he wants to play limited risk. I guess rook there, just attack the knight, threaten knight at h6, pawn at 8, pawn at f3. I mean, pawn at f3 now is much more powerful with the rook there, so you probably do pawn at f3. If he attempts, it's not really a threat, so like pawn at because the threat was pawn at f2, king at 8, h8, and then knight at g6, which sacrificing a knight and then winning the rook on f7, and may have been survivable, but just slow play it, no need to take the risk. And so just pop the knight in check first, and how does he want to do this? So he just pawn takes first, knight takes, and so pawn there, rook takes knight. I mean, he could have done a whole bunch of ways. He probably, but yeah, I mean, rook takes there. I mean, I guess he's got to do queen takes. The queen takes there, and then he's just got knight at f5, and the rook right now is protecting, so just knight at f5, and then I guess, well, that's even better. Sorry, I was saying knight at f5, but this way just wins the queen straight up, and does he have anything? I mean, he could even take it. Like if he plays something at f7, he could even consider just taking it. But even if he doesn't, it, and I think that's just mate. Bishop, he didn't have to play, but I mean, just bishop there and queen takes what would have been mate. So there it finishes him off. Okay, so see, 5 people watching. Oh, I don't know who any of these people are. Like really, to like, I didn't even really care who they. I mean, like, some. I'm guessing like like anyone who has this much time to play chess, like probably is a smart, intelligent person. But like like, no, I mean it's unlikely that any of these people like important like people in society that like are hiding their real identity. Like I used to joke like Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner is secretly the best chess player in the world. Because you're thinking like, oh, I mean, in reality, Jared Kushner is probably the smartest person in the world. Like demonstrated by achievement. So would it be surprising if like Jared Kushner was um, just on this random name account and just beating everybody for the fun of it because he likes winning and demonstrating that he's smarter than everybody, and saying like no, there's a chunking pattern method, and the evidence says like no, that's not what it means to be good at chess. That's not what it means to understand patterns. So even like Stephen Wolfram, if you said let's say Stephen Wolfram has the highest IQ in the world and the best ability for computational ability in the world, that Stephen Wolfram would not necessarily be the best chess player. In fact, usually doesn't work that way. There's but whatever it is that makes the unique ability of a good chess player largely remains a mystery. Besides effort and study and effortful study, and so it's interesting even thinking on the Crazy House to think of the manner of effortful study that someone does at Crazy House to improve, which is interesting. I'm doing this stream right now, and the effortful study is actually the study of your opponent's game. So it's saying, okay, like the reason I'm following the Finn is because I want to win. I don't want him to win. I want to win. Saying like, okay, like he won. He beat me fair and square. He didn't cheat. He was just better than me. He thought more clearly. He made better decisions, and he won. I lost. But like that's the nature of chess. Any of these people playing right now did not want the Finn to beat them. They wanted to beat the Finn, and you could have like a dissonance in the matter that you say, okay, like why did my soul take birth in the position it took birth in? And saying like I hate that I took low birth. Like I wish like I was the president's son. I wish that I was born smarter than I was, or the various things. And you're saying no, it's got nothing to do with birth. It's basically an effort level, like speed reading. You don't have to be a millionaire's kid. You don't have to have went to the best school. Any person could learn the technique of speed reading and speed reading. Any person could learn the thought patterns that make a good chess player and be a good chess player. However, there's a lot of various rambles of pedagogic theory, educational theory, and studies, and they're largely inconclusive. And so anyone who follows Duvid regularly, my thoughts on consciousness, well, like obviously because the hard problem of consciousness has not been solved. You're not going to understand what leads someone to better or worse thought when you don't even understand the mechanism of thought in the first place. And so say the hard problem of consciousness is a serious problem, and know that you people will not. I mean, interesting here. AOD, a lot of pressure. He probably can't take the queen. I mean, he could consider trying to do like pawn takes queen, and then running. It's pretty scary position here. So you do pawn takes rook, and then he's probably going to do queen takes pawn, or maybe he doesn't even have to because it's pinned still. He could just do knight takes check. So he doesn't have to. So pawn takes queen. He doesn't even have any material here. So AOD is not in good shape here. If he had a bishop to place at f5, I would probably think he's got to really just do pawn takes queen and pray. Although, maybe there's a mate. Like, he's probably losing anyways. So it's not looking like it's a good situation for AOD. He takes the rook, but I mean, I think he doesn't. He just plays the knight there, check immediately, and queen takes pawn is largely undefendable. He could even play knight at f7 if he wanted. He doesn't have to because our AOD has no counterplay, so he could just play. If the bishop was open, there was almost some counterplay, but I mean, there's no counterplay. There's no stopping mate there. So Bughouse Knight, 30 points to catch up. So let's see what happens. And we got a few people watching, interesting, and trying to check the chat here. What my taskbar? Not sure what. Okay, yeah, I missed whatever these conversations are. So, not sure if the Finn's going to come back. I mean, Bughouse Knight is a talented player, but he doesn't know the theory. So, I mean, the finisher you could see in the chunking theory. So, Bughouse Knight, let's say in theory, is higher IQ than the Finn. Although I'm not sure. I don't know anything about these people. But let's say that Bughouse Knight is a higher IQ individual than the Finn, but the Finn put more work into it. And so you could see with the theory and largely the opening preparation that the finisher is an extremely low-risk player and gets out of the openings relatively unscathed. Saying like top players, saying might have some sort of preparation in the opening against the Finn, but even that's like likely to be, like close to 10 moves into the game. Occasionally you could find it's crazy how so even like 4 or 5 moves in the game, you could because all the variations of placing material, you could find an opening novelty. But I'm not sure. I guess he could sack on the queen because at the end of the day, c2 is open. So if queen takes, bishop takes d4, queen takes knight, bishop, he's going to take the queen, and then when the queen takes, he could take back with the knight, and his king should be relatively safe from attack. So I think the idea here, I thought the idea there was bishop takes. He could have played bishop takes pawn here, and then when he did, takes, queen takes, and then the knight check. So I'm not sure if he missed that or if this was his idea at b4. So I think that my idea was actually better. And we could say he probably missed that, would be my guess, that Bughouse Knight did not actually see that combination. I mean, it's possible he saw it and chose this, but unlikely that he would have chose that if he saw the other one. And now, he has bishop takes knight, and I mean, bishop takes rook. I mean, obviously he could, rook there and back and just take the bishop. And Bughouse Knight is still largely advantageous here. All these holes right there, just after rook takes bishop. I mean, rook at he's got immediate threats. I don't see even with the berserk, he should be able to win this, but so he only has a rook to place, so he didn't, knight there, and then you just take the rook. Queen takes bishop there, and he's got nothing to place. So the rook, he could even play rook down to a8. So he places the rook. So yeah, that'll be mate. Like he has to go knight f3 black. If he black with the rook, then he would take, and have another rook. So all this, and he just plays knight takes pawn. So I guess take the queen, the rook, and then he gets the queen with check. And we'll finish him off, probably plenty of time. He could bring the rook down, queen check there, and then rook down and take will be mate. So good job, Bughouse Knight. Looks like Bughouse Knight. The Finn was still up a good 30 points. So he might come back. Like I think the Finn likes winning. Like so I wouldn't be surprised if the Finn's like right there, and he's going to be right back when Bughouse Knight overtakes him. But we'll see. So if they're giving him, so he doesn't berserk Skefty Milos, who had beat him before. So a little careful as and so the Finn was berserking experts. The Finn lost berserking experts. And so, Bughouse Knight was berserking everybody, but he's saying you don't want to lose, and he doesn't want to take the risk of losing, and generally trial and error. There's no such thing as a good chess player who repeats their mistakes. The purpose, like why Duvid is using chess, like largely, I want to understand extremely complicated ideas, and my mind is largely overflowed. So I'm saying like chess is largely just a stupid kid's game. Like I could read some greater mystical interpretation. I'd like to think about those things, but like I've largely accepted chess is just a kid's game. However, I would like to understand extremely complicated things and ideas, and I use chess as a method to expand my mind and expand my thinking abilities. And there's some evidence, just like I showed you speed reading, and that a lot of the top scientists claim that speed reading should not work. That I did the stream on my channel about speed reading, and I went over the techniques, and there is evidence that people can speed read and demonstrate. There is a phenomenon that people know how to speed read. Duvid claims to speed read. I could do it. You could test me on these books. You could claim like, no, you can't speed read. People who read the book slower, have some sort of better comprehension. But testing will show that there is a phenomenon that people can speed read, even though the best of the scientific evidence at this point holds that over about 600 words a minute that you lose comprehension by reading faster, even though there's been people tested at as much as 1,500 words a minute who did not lose comprehension by reading faster. The expert evidence says that you can't, speed reading should not work. So it's one of those, mysteries of science, and you're saying the hard problem of consciousness obviously hasn't been solved. We don't have a mechanism for how thought works to reject speed reading, but the best explanations of now seem to demonstrate that speed reading should be beyond the maximum capacity of the human mind. And there's various reasons for that, and I went through in my stream and try to talk about that more. But the interesting part, and largely why I'm doing this stream, because like most people, chess is just not that interesting to. Like I'm a chess player, almost 4 people are watching me. I'm not friends with like any of these chess players. I don't even know who the hell any of these people are. I mean, I don't even really care who any of these people are. I mean, not that I'm against them. Like I wouldn't mind being friends with some people here and there, or working together with people on various ideas. But it's like, no, I mean, these people are basically gamers and here to win. And I'm just studying their mental activity basically. And so the chunking theory of speed reading is the same chunking theory of chess. So the question is, what's the difference between Finisher, the Bughouse Knight, and these other people? And scientific evidence does not point to innate learned ability. There's no testable innate ability that has been demonstrated to show that children who score extremely high in certain types of ability move on to become exceptional chess players. And there's countless exceptions where people who do not possess that ability also excel at chess. So that's the problematic nature of why chess is a subject to study and chess expertise. So it's okay, the finisher, he must have 150 IQ. Is it? No, unlikely. I mean, the finisher maybe has 120 IQ, and but he still is able to be the best in the world at recognizing these patterns. So it's not like, like Stephen Wolfram, if he has 180 IQ, can't just show up and recognize these patterns better than the finisher. And it's largely chunking. And when I did the speed reading, I was saying that you could study chunking in and of itself as a subject. And for speed reading, there are actual data exactly on chunking. So I mean, here he plays like pawn at f2. He could have taken with the bishop so the pawn doesn't queen. So I guess he doesn't have a knight. So yeah, I mean, now he just takes there, and now queen takes knight on f6 might be a serious threat. So if he had played rook takes bishop there, so if he does knight check, he has to sack his queen. So knight check on f2 forces the queen sack, and then he probably has to play like bishop immediately at g1. He doesn't go for that. He's got to sack the queen. That's unquestionable. He's got to sack the queen. I don't know what he's thinking about. And he doesn't have a bishop now. So, the idea he would have sacked the queen, and then he would have had a bishop to play there on g1 to at least tempo the queen. So he could even consider like queen at e3. Queen at e3 may have been able to force mate. So I would just take the rook. So at this point, he just takes the rook, and now he, at least got his queen out of there. But so he takes that. I'm not sure. I think Shefki Milos is not a very fast player. So should he throw in h6 here? The knight could be painful, but he may not be able to sacrifice something. So he's got to be careful. He's got to, because of the 2-second increment, he can't really flag him here. He's got to play good moves. He could consider. The problem is the mate threat. And knight there doesn't even work. I don't think that works. I think he could do pawn takes knight, knight takes. Oh no, the smothered mate doesn't quite work because now he takes the queen. Now I think he could take the queen, or just pawn there. So that's simple. So knight takes queen. Yeah, he butchered that up. Now he just played pawn at f2. Maybe he sees it pawn at f2, and now he should be winning. Yeah, so we could look at the game after in the calculative possibility. And the game's not over as of yet either. There's still play left in it. And I don't know. You could do knight takes and Bughouse Knight still does not really have compensation. So he could do. He just didn't have a knight square. If he had so now time is just going to come, and at this point, so that was a pretty exciting game. So just see theoretically, say objectively, like it's saying this is really mental activity, like puzzle solving. Who is the better at puzzle solving? But the idea I'm talking about chunking is not straight intelligence. There's learned behavior specific to just this type of puzzle solving, that you can't just say you don't just have a general puzzle solving ability, although there are probably chunks for general puzzle solving ability. But Shefki Milos gets the advantage here. Knight of f2 was almost obviously the better move here. In this case, knight of f2, if he was scared, like he's threatening the queen, if he takes back, he's going to take with check. So it's almost baffling that, he was scared about taking the knight, that he didn't do that, but he's got the advantage. And so, yeah, a huge advantage, but, no finishing off. And then, not sure if he missed a mate here. So it says there's a mate in 16. So here, queen at g1, king x g1 at f2, and then he has knight at d1 because he gets the knight, and that will mate. So he had a mate there. He misses it, rook there, and then he just queen takes rook, and he's up so much material that he's up 50 here. The computer's going to up, but eventually he can't finish him off with just a time scramble. And here, so rook at g1 is mating. Even at this point, knight x g1, not exactly sure the combination, but here he sacks the queen for a pawn. That's just horrible, but still he still has a huge advantage. And but time eventually, you look, he's slowly lost on time. So it's interesting, the matter of like a puzzle, beat the clock. We've had this guy who is beat the clock. So it's almost like a gimmick, like beat the Finn. The Finn is like a savant who is just exceptional at so it's like beat the savant at Crazy House. Prove your intellectual ability by beating the savant who has demonstrated exceptional Crazy House ability. So here the Finn is back. So I guess he took a break and he's back. So yeah, I said the Finn plays probably because he likes winning. I mean, saying most likely. I mean, it's saying I don't know the man. I haven't given him psychological test. But the most likely evidence-based thing that you don't need a whole bunch of evidence and psychological studies is saying that all these top players play because they like winning. That's the reason why most people play. It's interesting, this guy here, so he's a newer player and he's a much stronger chess player, but the chunking matter, he's only played 600 games, probably played Bug House before, but I got him 2 games because of chunking. He just didn't have the chunks in storage. So also going back to the free will question, where you look at do we actually have free will? Do we actually have a moment in our head where I have multiple decisions and I choose one over the other? And largely I use chess as an example to explain free will, and I'm not the first person to, and people have been using chess as an example to explain the concepts of free will. I'm not sure that bishop there was a good intermezzo. The torn intermezzo of bishop there. I mean, if he played a bishop at a4, so I guess he forces the queen trade. He doesn't even really force the queen trade. I mean, maybe I guess he felt there was an unnecessary risk to allow him to force queen trade, and he's still got the issues here where you just win the material. But Tornin did berserk here, so he has to be careful on time a little bit. So you could probably just play queen x queen, and probably queen there and pick up the knight. I was thinking bishop on f4 was maybe better, but he picks up the queen, the knight. Yeah, it's probably not enough. So Bughouse Knight is up a substantial amount of material here. So he's but it's not, he's not out of the the blue yet. He's not out of so it's a mate in one threat. He's attacking the queen. I mean, it's got to be 1-0. It's got to be a win for Bughouse Knight here, because you just take the queen now, and then you could just pop the queen. He could just take the knight even. He could have popped the queen down and then the knight. But I mean, that's just a material crush. He won all of his material. So yeah, I guess we see who the Finn. Maybe the Finn likes to remain anonymous, but he's just like, I'm the best and I'm anonymous. He's like the creator of Bitcoin. Like the finisher is secretly Nakamoto, who doesn't want his identity exposed. But it shows you the gamer type quality. It's like, who is the man behind the victory? And like in chess, usually not much. So like, okay, like if top chess players, there's usually not great chess. There's usually not great personalities behind the champion. Like, okay, Magnus Carlsen, Nakamura, any of these famous people, there's not really great personalities behind the champion. There's just some person who put a lot of hard work into studying chess patterns. And that really shouldn't be surprising. Saying that should be expected. So to say that, who do you expect? Studies show, interesting, that the majority of chess players are introverts. And but the majority of people that pick up playing chess are extroverts. So this looks like the end for 264 bro chess camp or whatever. You just so much there, throw in the check, why not? So after queen takes queen, just another square to punish him with. So you could do queen takes queen, just throw in a knight check, and I guess bishop. Now he could throw in I guess he's still, it's still going to be mate in the end. So I mean, he can play queen takes queen. He can't even take it back because of the mate threat. And can he just play king up, pawn takes, and he could take? So I mean, could he sacrifice a whole bunch more material? Actually, I missed that. So because he could sack the queen again. Is there a mate? Pawn takes bishop, can't do because it's pinned. It's pretty interesting here. I mean, you don't want to play g4. You could just take with there. So AC does pawn takes, but I mean, he's got to take with the bishop. So pawn takes, and now I think he's losing. So props, Bughouse Knight looks like he's losing this. No, he can't, because he has to do with the queen first. So if he didn't have a bishop, so if he played the pawn there, he would have been able to. No, I think he had mate and messed it up. But no, that's still mate. It was mate at the end, so I don't know if that rook did anything. It would have been the same mate either way. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, the Finn can't. I mean, can he really expect to like come in here and win all these tournaments and remain anonymous? Just like, okay, can Nakamoto expect to create Bitcoin and become the richest person in the world and be anonymous? So, okay, just being the best at Crazy House isn't that big of a feat. That, like, who cares? You're the best at Crazy House. Like, big whoop, go collect your $300 prize. And, like, at the end of the day, like, literally being the best of the world at Crazy House is only a $300 prize. So it's not, like, that big of a deal. It's a chess variant. And, largely, it's just a method to improve your thought. And to me, it's more interesting than regular chess because you have these exciting puzzles every game. We talk about the different type of grinding slow wins, and it's possible that the mental acuity that you gain from regular chess, even though it doesn't involve the same type of extreme calculation of these more difficult calculations, that they're actually more beneficial to the mind. And Bughouse Knight, just this French setup where Golden Rule didn't do any counterplay. Like it's he got a few moves into it, and he didn't develop a counterplay. Like that bishop on c6 is just horrible. And like he could have considered knight at f4. I'm not exactly sure what he even wanted with f3, what advantage that gave him. Then he's using a knight for like defense, and he can't even now bring his knight to f4 because he's going to lose material, and it's a knight trade. So I don't get that one. Bughouse Knight. Oh, he has the win of the queen. Yeah, I missed that knight fork. So that was the idea of the sack there. Knight takes bishop with a knight sack. So that it was basically already over no matter what. And he's going to. I mean, he doesn't need the queen with check because he just doesn't have any counterplay. Golden Rule. He's got me a few games. In fact, Golden Rule is 3-0 against him. I don't know if it's because they berserked. So Bughouse Knight, even though he lost 3-0 to this guy, is punishing with the berserk, and that'll be made in 2. And so Bughouse Knight there, 30. He's almost in first. He's got his chances. In reality, is 264 bro also has his chances. Like a Bughouse Knight took a break and stopped for a while. 264 bro would beat him. I was saying 264. If the finisher doesn't continue playing, 264 Bro will get ahead of him. The finisher will probably still get third place no matter what. It doesn't look like Art of Deception is still playing. He's not that fast, so like I don't even think he has a chance of getting third place. But like if finisher doesn't come back, you're like, no, I would predict that. But at the same time, as you get further in it, it's harder to get streaks because you keep on playing against the top players. And Bughouse Knight, 264 Bro, and Art of Deception are going to keep on playing each other. Like if I was in this, I would keep on playing these same guys again and again. Like I might have played a few games in the beginning against random players, and did a little bit of an interesting. And I guess maybe I will play a few games. I guess I'll do is I'll play a few games, and I got into the top 100. I didn't want to risk losing rating points. I got to I got my trophy here. Look, Duvid, I'm ranked 79 in the whole world. You see the competition's increasing. That 79 in the whole world is went down. Now, if I just do nothing, even being 2240 will not be enough to stay in the top 100. So the finisher did come back. Now he's back in it. And this guy berserked him. So 264 Bro is I'm a mind my own business guy generally. So like I don't know anything about the Finn. I didn't really look too much into him. I was interested to study Finland and even some theories because like Jasugi or a lot of these northern players. And even so I played Jen the game today and like to read, like I played when I was a little kid and he was from the best players in Bughouse on the internet, and say Switzerland, and a lot of these top Bughouse players, Crazy House players, are from this Nordic region, not necessarily Russian even, like Sweden, Finland, Netherlands, that it possibly some form of like cold winter theory, or even like this haploid group that the Finns are not generally considered European. So I thought about that perspective, but you're saying like, okay, like David Kelton is not that interesting. Like relatively, like I'm Duvid. What I did may be interesting. My knowledge of chess may or may not be interesting to people. You're saying, okay, I have a channel. No one's donating money to me. Few people are watching. I haven't had a comment, in a while. Maybe some comments or whatever. Like obviously, I'm a pretty popular local chess coach. I guess like I would be chess coaching if the situation was different. And I mean, it's funny, is the finisher just playing like game after game to keep in first. So you see, like, even God forbid, it's just a question of character. So the finisher is sitting here. I want to win. I do not like. I want to win. I want to be known as the best. Whatever. Maybe his social. I don't have any social status really caught up in being good at chess. When I was younger, I had certain amount of access, maybe that was given to me because I was, good at chess, that people thought, oh, maybe, you could do these great things because you're good at chess. And as I said, generally the most accepted aspect of relationship to chess ability is, oh, he must be smart. And I got, certain opportunities, certain people believed in me that I would have been able to do certain mental feats largely to my chess playing abilities. And I've seen that many times. Like obviously many of the people I coached, so I get a GM here. So Duvid on his stream has the chance to beat a grandmaster and prove my chunking theory. So this man has only played 100 games and is very unlikely to be an expert in Crazy House openings. And so say here, I have already equalized, I believe. So I think he, has already largely allowed me to equalize. And I mean, that knight there, I mean, he does have a threat of, but I think I'm going to play bishop here. I'll sacrifice the knight because his pieces are cramped. And if he retreats his own knight, So I think I didn't play this probably as good as I should have. So it's unclear if I do pawn here, he takes and I take, if that helps. We just take. So if I take his pawn, he could probably just play pawn c3. So I probably have to take, and maybe he takes with the queen. Yeah, so he does take with the queen. And I mean, he could take with the bishop. So he takes with the bishop, which probably a good move. And now I'm probably largely worse here. So let's see if he could finish me off. So we got the GM here, and he's got his chance to beat me. He should probably just play knight takes pawn, and I got to come up with something. If he does like knight takes pawn here, I probably got to take the bishop even, or something or take, because like he might be able to mate me enough. He might have enough material to mate me if if he does like knight takes pawn, and I do knight takes bishop. He might be, so he just takes the pawn and he creates his mate threat. Queen here is a mate in one. If I castle, knight check there, I think I could run. So because the knight is covering, so if I castle and if he does knight check here, I can't take because knight check there, king there, pawn there, knight there, and no, actually I can. So if he does knight check there, I could take. Although he can just do knight there and then pawn there, and he has me beat. So that was a mistake. So here, say this guy's a grandmaster. I messed up the opening, and here he should just play pawn at a6, h6, and I'm largely lost. If he plays pawn at h6, I'm basically lost, and he doesn't. So fascinating. He doesn't play pawn at h6. So bishop takes knight is a threat. I only have 2 pawns. Like I got to do something intelligent. So if I do, pawn at h6 was definitely like just crushing me. So if I do, like knight takes, and then he could do bishop takes knight. I'm not sure. I guess knight takes. If he does bishop takes knight, I'm going to play. I have like a bishop check here idea, although he could block, so I could just play bishop here immediately. And then if he takes the pawn, I have to take. Okay, so this was my idea. And now I have a threat of knight at f3, which would be mating. So now knight at f3 is mating. He has a whole bunch of knights, but like I don't think it helps him. Like knight here, a whole bunch of knight checks don't help him. So bishop takes pawn, and then I could play bishop takes bishop. So he goes back, and I think that's bad. Like I could probably knight check here, pawn check, king up. So like I'm down too much material to risk it. So I don't think he has mate on me. I mean, if he sacks the bishop, now the knight is on him. And so I think I do knight takes bishop, and I think I probably should like sack and beat him, but let me try pawn here, which is probably dumb. But the idea is if he plays rook here, I'm going to play pawn at d2. So if he doesn't take the rook, I have pawn at d2 either way. So I'm hedging a square for my knight. So the idea is here, if he takes with, so now I get the bishop there, and so he takes, which he probably had to. I should probably done a check first, but so I'm not sure if like bishop takes pawn to win the pawn, take back pawn there, if I have anything. I might just scoop up the knight. So I think I'm just going to scoop up the knight. If he takes with the pawn, okay, so I think I'll play the rook there. If he had played the bishop there, I probably wouldn't have played the rook. But because he did that, now I have now I feel pretty good. So like, you see the GM did not have the patterns there, so I got to prove my point that the GM. I'll show after the game that he probably had a very clear, easy mate, and I gotta not lose on time here. So we could block, and then I got knight check in here, or just take. Do knight there, and then take. If he gives me a rook, I still got to win this. So pawn here was the idea that he should have done to me, but there you get a bishop on it. So I'm going to take there. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to be careful about. I got to take there. Here, so like I'm really grounding myself here, and like, but I think I got another pawn, so it's like horde here. Got the other pawn, and even got like a rook down, so he takes. I got this rook check. That was the idea. So I guess he could block, and then I get a rook back. So if I force him to waste another piece, so if he places the bishop there, so he uses the bishop. So I got him to use another bishop there. Did that really help so much? How's he black? So he uses the knight, and I got to do something quick. Okay, I'm going to lose on time. I have a tiny bit of material, but I'm going to lose on time. So we're down to the last seconds. So like it could be mate in any second. Like I didn't even see what he did. I just lost all my material. I didn't even see what he did. I completely just like froze there for a second. I wasn't paying attention, and now he should definitely, like, now I'm down so much material. I mean, he could almost definitely just like do anything and win here, but he still has to win. It's not automatic. Gave me some kind of material. I mean, you could just take that. Smothered almost. He could walk me out. Okay, so good job. He got me. Now he has smothered mate. No, he didn't even do the smothered mate. I mean, well, I'm not even playing with my mouse, so. Oh, here's a rook. I had to take that. Take it like that. Bishop there. Oh, he went crazy, and oh, mate. Oh, I got them on time. That was a horrible game. I gotta say, that was really bad. Like, but I did beat a GM. I did demonstrate my point by beating a GM and the chunking theory. So I was saying that guy, Duvid, is not a grandmaster by any means. Oh, Forex Shark, you show up. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll do that. Forex. Thanks for showing up. I didn't see you there. So I played a game and I scalped a GM. I demonstrated my point of chunking theory where, this grandmaster, who is unquestionably a much better player than me over the board, was not able to recognize the patterns quickly enough to do. So, let me even look at that game just to demonstrate that, he played that opening poorly. I guess I'm black here, and at b4 wasn't the greatest move, and I should have just played knight d4, and I guess either way, it's not a bad move that he did, but for some reason I tried to do uh, um, a different move, bishop here, and he gets a big advantage. I guess not that big. I should have just castled here, or at e3 was probably better, but taking, and now I'm just down. He should have just taken with the knight, but this point I'm down a lot of material. He takes with the knight, knight at b5. Like, I should have just placed the queen on. Here I have to castle, knight check. Yeah, like h6 is just winning. Like, this guy's a grandmaster, and he's only played 100 games, and he just didn't see that h6 was like destroying me. Nothing. Even at bishop at e3, and he plays, bishop at c3, which is, was a decent move. You think about it, like you see, he's a grandmaster. He thought, but like at h6, any crazy house player who's played 1,000 games, like a few thousand games, would have played h6 and would have been game over. But he plays bishop there, and then he takes the knight, and I guess queen at h6 was better, and knight at g5. Wow, I didn't think of that, knight at g5. But bishop back, and I don't know if I had knight at c3, I get an advantage, but I guess he defends. At d2, that was the right move. King takes, and it just tells queen at f6. So here, yeah, this was definitely just better. He didn't have anything. Queen check here or here, and then I could take the pawn. So this didn't help, just winning the knight into the bishop. And then, but eventually you see he loses on time because it's a chunking pattern that, let's say this man is objectively a better thinker and everything than me, that he's expected to win. However, on the spot, because Duvid had those chunks already in my head, I was able to beat him on the board. Thank God. So, I think that was a demonstration. Like, I didn't know who I was going to play, but, they gave me a GM, and so that you see a little bit of a demonstration of my chunking theory. Now you got the Finn. You'll see if he gets punished for his hubris here, berserking kill again. So you say at this point, it probably has to be ego, because the Finn at this point, you could say also, like, he doesn't gain anything mentally from just beating kill, because like from the free will perspective, all of these chunks are in his head. So whether we even have free will is a very interesting question. And before I played and got off topic and distracted, I put the link in the chat if Forex Shark is still listening. We didn't talk in a long time, but if you're there, I put the StreamYard's link in the chat. You're welcome to join. I just check every once in a while to let you in. But yeah, before I got distracted, I was talking about chunking theory. That so the Finn's pretty clever. Like, you can't take the bishop because the queen takes and then mate. But I'm not sure if it's really that winning. Maybe he could even so he just takes the rook, and now he could play. Can he just play knight at? I like kill here. I think I think he's going to be punished again for his hubris. He might even be able to do. I mean, ironically, the Finn might Kill might even be able to do pawn takes e4, and if queen takes e4, the knight. So I mean, he goes like that, and I guess that's good also, because if queen takes, yeah, I think the Finn's going to lose. So I mean, the Finn will be punished for his hubris, it looks like, and so d2 just win the material. So the Finn, I mean, I guess he safens up. He could still sack the material, and Kill has to extract that pawn there. I mean, the mate threat is continuously there for a rook, and so here he's just going straight after the rook, and the problem is it's not mate. No, I mean, that didn't work because the mate. I mean, so Kill had a good idea with that check, but like, no, he can't take the queen because his mate in one. I mean, he could have considered, defending against losing the rook with like rook b8, and then at b7. But now at this point, he's got like no material. I mean, he could try bishop at c5. He's just going to block. I mean, knight there does defend actually. So maybe queen takes bishop. He's down so much material. It's a question, how does he survive? I mean, he's got two rooks even, so he could have probably played rook down. It would have been mate, because he has two rooks. So he like queen at f6 looks like his only move to stop mate. So I mean, maybe queen at f6, queen to f6 prevents the immediate rook drop at h8 being mate, but it's still not looking good. But the Kill may have had something better there. But I mean, now once he moves his queen, that's double defending on f2. So the Finn there double defends at f2, and the knight check, and this will just be mate. He has to sack his queen, or he'll take the queen, and will be mate in a few. So it's interesting to see the Finn want to win so badly, but I guess it makes sense, saying like, people play because they want to win. So, Bughouse Knight there, it was right there. He would have caught up. He would have came back. And I told you the Finn was waiting. So I was saying that like the Finn is here largely to win. And at this point, he doesn't benefit mentally from what he's doing, because it has to be effortful, that there has to be some sort of mental challenge. So maybe by berserking, he could have a minor amount of mental challenge of berserking, and just trying to do it at quicker speed, like racing the clock. It's like, how much mental advantage can I have from practicing arithmetic? And you're saying, well, not much, but maybe if I practiced arithmetic and did it really quick, it would help out to a certain extent. But not really. So I get a 1300 player. Like, I'm so, because people have been playing for hours and hours, and this guy ends up berserking. So the 1300 berserks me. I'll gain 0 points for this. And, I think just, I got to be scared. I can't even play anymore. Like, I got to be like cat poacher or something, where like I'm scared of losing, and I got to be very careful of who I play, because I'm just barely in, the top little bit. And, like my biggest fear is falling out of the top 100. And, therefore I got to pick my games carefully, because a lot of these players, they have a pretty good track record against me, relatively. A lot of players have a very good track record against me. And, I get paired against them. They're probably going to beat me. Like I didn't do that good against the GM. Like I should have done better. I made a lot of errors. Like, you're watching the Finn and is saying the book on chess psychology looked at chess as a method to know thyself, saying know thyself. And how are you going to go about knowing thyself? And you could go about knowing thyself from the type errors you make at playing chess. And saying if it's a little bit more interesting to play Crazy House than chess, because it's more complicated thinking or something like that. But So the finisher is playing pawn here. I like playing bishop here first, but the problem is really at h3 is a really nasty move. And it may mean that the finisher probably knows the opening. You're probably not supposed to bring the bishop out there first, because like at h3 could really just be nasty. And so now he places the pawn back at e5, and now he's like at a big dilemma. How is he going to defend this square? And I think I just bring my other knight in here, because like if he takes with the queen, I could already be harassing his queen. So and if he takes with a knight, that I'm going to be on this pawn. And I could also consider playing pawn on g4, g5 here. That playing a pawn here at g5. Yeah, so I play a pawn here at g5. It does leave him the attack here back on f2. The idea was pawn here at g5, bishop takes, and then I have knight takes pawn. But it's probably not good enough, so I just do there, and he takes with that. And now I could play bishop here, and this pawn's going. If he goes pawn there, I could play pawn here and his queen. So he's losing his queen now. And, it's basically game over. Just pawn there. Pawn takes queen, unstoppable. Queen here. Only move. So he gains one more pawn from that. This is already a mate, almost a mating threat. So I'm just going to take there. I want to give him the material. So I don't want to play bishop takes pawn. I want some more material. I'm going to play queen check here. And he probably has to bring his rook to d8. And then I could take this pawn, check, and take another pawn. So just like butcher open his structure, at least. Force him to place his material, butcher open his structure. So take the check, force him to use his bishop, and I probably should just hold on to this pawn. But the problem is he could take e4, but I think I'm up enough material, should have enough pressure. I mean, we got like queen takes pawn coming down on him. Like I could probably play queen takes rook immediately because I have knighted here, check, and then I'm threatening on e6. So like if he takes the bishop or this pawn, bishop takes pawn here actually defends against knight there, but then I could probably just play queen takes pawn. So yeah, he defends the rook like that. So let me he really has to take with the knight, or else I'm going to place my knight there, and that leaves my knight for a chance to get in. So pawn here. Problem is his bishop now is defending d8. Okay, so he just takes there. So I'm going to go knight here, and I'm going to go pawn in here, right in there on him. And I put the link in the chat if you're here for it, Shark. You could join if you have. So he takes the pawn. Now I take here, and I mean if he takes back, I could do check, but I guess I'll just queen takes here. So if he blocks with anything other than his queen, he's going to lose a piece. So he blocks with the bishop. I guess I'll take here and then just take here because he's got nothing. So I just take like that. I'm threatening. You got to have a whole bunch of mates like knight there, rook on the back rank. I don't see like a double knight sacrifice is too slow here. I mean, you could do knight there. I got to take, and then another knight there. You could do like knight there and take and another knight there. But Finn is a low risk player. That's why I said see the Finn and what Finn has over 90% win rate. Okay, he's a very low risk player, and so I guess just like this, and yeah, so yeah, I'm just up material here. So like at the end of the day, I'm not actually up that much material. So I got to be careful, but like I'm just going to win the material. So like relatively, I was only up in exchange at that point. All the stuff on the board, like I was relatively, my king's very safe, and his king is a misstep away from mate. However, material's still close to even. So if Forex Shark joins, I'll let you in. We could talk a little bit. I won't even. We talk while I play, or I'm not sure if you play Crazy House. So I got my tenant coming back in, so I might end the stream pretty quickly if I got my tenant just came, caused some noise. So I'll probably end this stream in a few minutes. I rambled for a bit. I don't know if there's any future gain, but so how do I finish him here? I mean, I guess just knight check and win the queen. So I mean, he did just walk into a fork and lose his queen, so he resigns. And I got myself 2244. I'm not even in the top half. I'm rated 200. So I mean, a lot of people played a lot of games. Saying that I'm not even close. I played in these, like I usually do get in the top 10 when I played in these, but take playing for hours and hours and hours. And, so it's funny just watching the Finn come in here and try to snipe a game here or there to keep the championship. So I'm probably not going to keep up with the commentary. I'd say, like, it's interesting. I don't really care who wins or loses. Like, blessings to all the players in play. They're saying it's unfriendly, competitive pressure. Like, it's largely the unfriendliness of competition that causes people to try to improve the game. Forex Shark did show up. Okay, so
am I echoing?
Is that you, Mike?
Yeah. Am I echoing, or is that fine? Can you hear me?
You sound fine. I don't know if you have the greatest sound quality, but yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I didn't expect to come on at all. I was just watching. I wanted you to send me a link to your Discord server because I don't have contact to you, and I wanted to talk to you about a few things. And then, I didn't plan on jumping at all, but you said you sent the link, so I figured I'd jump on.
You are echoing, actually. I mean, it's not a big deal, but my Discord's still the same. My invite is still on the Twitter. I'll open it up. I'll put it in the chat from the Twitter. On my Twitter, I have the invite. I haven't, it's I haven't been following the market that much. So I put on the chat here, my Discord. I mean, you have a room in my Discord. Like I wasn't following. I was in your Discord for a while, but it takes a lot of mental energy to follow the market and trading, and I just wasn't putting it into. So it wasn't that interesting for me to. It was just like math homework for no reason to look at your studies, although I do appreciate them. And then I gave you a room in my Discord, but whatever reason, it wasn't that active, and you didn't stay with it. But you're welcome. You still have it anytime you come back.
Okay, yeah. So, cool. I got the link. I'm gonna.
You play Crazy House and chess?
Yeah, echoing like crazy. So I'll contact you in DMs.
Well, you could just put headphones on. If you're echoing because you don't have headphones on.
I actually have headphones on, but
yeah, so you're not echoing now. There was some background noise, but you're not echoing now.
Yeah. No, I'm echoing. I have headphones on, but I'll hit you up in Discord now, and then just.
We want to talk since you came on. You want to talk chess a few minutes? Like, do you play chess? Are you a rated player? Are you online? Do you know Crazy House?
No, I'm not a good player. I'm not a good player of chess, but I played it all growing up. My father plays it. I like backgammon a lot more than chess, but I mean, I enjoy it. I'll play it occasionally, but it's not something that I'm really into. Right now, I'm so insanely busy with work and investing. I'm running a bunch of venture capitalist stuff on my server, pooling funds and investing into mostly cryptocurrency projects before they're completed, before they get listed. So we'll buy, for maybe maybe half the price, half the listing price, and then with some sort of vesting agreement, and pull up $3,000, $500,000 together. Use smart contracts to basically have multi-signature contracts to keep the fund safe. So it's not this echoing is driving me crazy.
We can talk anytime. So I mean, if in fact, if you want, you're always welcome on my channel to do a stream. So if you want to get your sound right, you could come back to my channel and we'll do a whole stream if you want on the market and various things. Like, I mean, we had almost wanted to be streaming partners till you had that censorship issue. And I don't know if you saw, I spoke with Roseanne Barr the other week, and if how far Roseanne Barr went because of censorship, where she could have been the most popular person in America. Literally, she had the most popular show in America and said politically incorrect things, and now she's getting less views on YouTube than you used to get. I mean, she's getting like 5,000 to 20,000 views on YouTube. Like even I got to talk to her. So you see the power of censorship. Not only you, who had a much bigger YouTube channel than me, but yeah, anytime you want to talk on my channel or Discord, feel free. I got my start in people who put money behind me. I mean, if you want to stay on, that's fine. I don't mind the echo because I was about to sign off anyways. But my start, the people who put money behind me to trade, was largely based on their knowledge of me as an exceptional chess player. And like, I'm not a famous, I had one, my brother had been a legitimate state champion of Michigan. You mentioned backgammon. He switched to backgammon, and he does all the math and the computer programmings and the rollouts and the Monte Carlo simulations and all these various things that are very interesting. But historically, like, the scientific evidence shows that there's no correlation between chess and superior thinking. And there's actually counter evidence that has been able to show that that unintelligent people have been able to become great chess players. That people with retarded IQ levels have also been able to have chess mastery. So related to finance, the history, even the Rothschild, there was a famous Jewish banker before World War I, I think, even that was one of the best players in the world and went to work for the Rothschilds themselves. But historically, it was believed that being good at chess was an indicator of people having the ability to succeed in financial fields, and that's still popular today. Obviously, Peter Thiel is probably the most famous chess master. I think that guy Rogoff, and I think Rogoff is actually caught up with Epstein. I mentioned that, like, the guy Rogoff is a chess master that went into economics, but he didn't become a billionaire like Peter Thiel, but he's a recognized economist. But the evidence shows that that's not true. And I was trying to look at the scientific evidence about how the mind performs thought. And if you're a trader, there's a certain level of, the science calls it chunking, and it's, chunking is the term for the mechanism of pattern recognition. But for trading, you have these larger meta patterns, and then you have your instantaneous patterns. And so these top players here, they're playing on board one right now, they're not actually thinking in like a question of free will, but it's basically like a chunk. And this is according to the best understanding of consciousness, is that the top chess players have estimated 50 to 100,000 chunks. This variant called Crazy House. I mean, you're familiar with Crazy House, Mike? If you just know the variant. I mean, if you're muted, you don't have to answer. But the Crazy House is a little bit more complicated and has more combinations than regular chess, but it hasn't been played as much. So, like, how many chunks a person has in memory for this game? But there's a level of the intuitive, instantaneous understanding is just a chunk. I recognize that pattern. I don't even have to think. It's just purely mental memory training versus some sort of meta pattern where I recognize quite a few patterns in the position. I know the major ideas, but I actually have to look for the best move. Like, I know generally where I want to be putting my pieces and aiming and coordinating my forces, but then you have to actually contemplate, of the various possibilities, which one is the best move. And, so trading in chess has very similar thought patterns, and that idea of even the mental ability. Like, Michael, if you did test and, were willing to be tested by neuropsychologists and they put like sensors on your head or something like that, they would probably be able to decipher that what you have in your head are tens of thousands of technical analysis charting chunks. So when you look at a chart, it's like looking at a chess position, and beginning player who has to put the whole thing. Like me, I see the whole board in my picture in my head instantly, and I could instantly go to thinking about the best plans and even the various like best move, do this, do this, do this, do that, even though it gets to infinite very quickly. And so, for a stock position also, presumably Michael, if he was tested in that, could look at a chart and he could instantly recognize the key major patterns. And in a higher level thought, he might actually have to calculate it out and pull out like a calculator and make, the bands, or I forget the name of the
Bollinger Bands.
Yeah, the Bollinger Bands or something. But you could probably intuit and estimate. Like I bet that me and you could do a scientific study, and that you could take you and maybe even people with degrees in mathematics and average people of varying expertise, in that you would be able to intuitively make Bollinger Band patterns much better than than other people, and it'd probably be able to in the scientific way. It's because you have these chunks stored into your long-term memory, as where other people have to work from their short-term memory because they haven't developed the chunks that you could instantly work from your long-term memory, because you don't have to waste your short-term memory on the things that you've already chunked.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I've noticed at first the first few years I was trading, I was relying on patterns. I'm gonna take my headphones off and still talk so I don't hear the echo, but I can still talk. So I remember when I first started trading for the first couple of years, I relied on patterns like candlestick patterns and specific names to patterns that you'll see them playing out in many different ways. Either the setup for price action over days or over minutes, over seconds. There's fractals, and when I first started trading, I would kind of look at it as like a textbook. Here's a pattern. I recognize this pattern. Here's the name of this pattern, and then try to look for probable outcomes based on this pattern. But now I've started to learn more of the fundamentals of what these patterns mean and why they create these probable outcomes. And it's just I feel like I rely less on memory now because I understand the logic behind it and the fundamentals behind it. As from when I first started, it was almost like just looking at things that I memorized from textbooks or from videos. We're not really understanding the fundamentals of why these patterns play out this way. Just that relying on memory. All right, I recognize this pattern. I know what the probable outcomes are from this pattern. To now, I can just get a way deeper understanding of it now that I'm not just relying solely based on memory, and I kind of understand the logic and the fundamentals behind these patterns now.
Yeah, so it's interesting when you say that. If from the chunking level, what does it mean that you understand it at a higher level? So it's Week in Review. Me and Jennifer, our main topic is basically the science of consciousness, and I guess Jennifer's welcome to come on too if the link's and she's around, but the meta level of cognition. So when you have neural nets or machine learning, you have I guess you'd call levels of abstraction, but you are using memory. So the point is that these patterns or chunks eventually become bigger. So like the idea of speed reading, that's why I explained that speed reading is the major theory of chunks, and that they say the way that you speed read is by taking in bigger chunks. And I've mentioned this countless times. So if you look like Crazy House, a little kid, it's like CRAZY, and put together the letter Crazy House as where, person who's like Crazy House, and maybe, Duvid, that I don't even need to separate and see Crazy House Shield Arena. I could intake the whole phrase in one. And speed reading's been demonstrated that people could actually do that up to thousands of, up to whole pages in the memory level. So it's a level of abstraction. So on the chessboard, when you teach a little kid, you have to start with the pieces, and these are the pieces, and these are how they move. And then eventually from there, the person, starts looking at the whole board and piece combinations. And chess is a great game because it's beyond the mental capabilities of humans, because short-term memory is estimated to only hold about 7 things in it. But you have these meta patterns, and eventually the pattern that you recognize is a larger meta frame of the same thing. So if you could see a chunk, like the whole position on the chessboard, the little kid who learns chess for the very first time, and he has to see every square and everything separate, as opposed to a person who's been playing, and I could say, at this position, I don't even need to look at anything. I could just take in the whole position, and the whole position exists in my long-term memory. And getting to future games in the position, not just opening preparation, but patterns. And then we say, okay, it's not just like I learned how to mate with a queen and bishop. The patterns become deeper, where now I see patterns that are coordinating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multiple pieces at the same time. So if these theories that are regularly postulated about how the brain forms thought and pattern recognition will 100% be the same for stocks, and that's generally why historically people have put money in front of people whose only skill is being good at chess, because of the comparison in thought patterns, and also the ability to make complex decisions, difficult decisions very quickly. Because in the chessboard, there's too much to calculate, and it's a matter of energy. So if you say Forex power, Michael, when he looks at a chart in, let's say 3 seconds, like it was a chess position. I was mentioning the famous book by Adrian de Groot, Thought and Choice in Chess, where they had people look at chess positions for a few seconds. And so if you gave Michael a chart to look at for a few seconds, the point is that he might recognize hundreds of things. He could probably repeat it. You could probably do the exact same chess experiments with that, where you would have a better chance of actually being able to copy the chart. Like if I showed you the chart and took the chart away from you and then asked you to reproduce the chart. So these are the type tests that psychologists and neuroscientists would do. But the point is that you only have 7 chunks in your short-term memory. Like you're a human, and all the evidence, still is pointing to this 5 to 9 chunks in short-term memory. And the only thing that you could do to increase your processing power is to use larger chunks. And so the theory is that those 7 chunks in long-term memory could, in theory, be as big as you want. And so when you look at a chart and you could only notice, 5 to 9 things instantly, you group together things of interest into one point. And when you say, oh, I group together this combination of factors, you could re-separate that chunk out. So if you chunked it together, that this means this, it's a double top, something like, what's a double top? So it's like you just chunk together multiple information, so you don't need to store 2 separate tops, because you usually be like, oh, that's a double top. And
Yeah, I have more reference
yeah,
points.
I don't know if that means that if you've read the studies on this, or you've thought about this, or what I'm saying makes any sense to you, or even if you watch my videos.
No, it does make sense to me. I haven't thought too much, too deeply into it, specifically what you're talking about now, but it does make sense to me. I would have more reference points to if I'm someone who's never looked at a chart before, to me it just looks like a bunch of random squiggly lines, and that's to remember each little squiggly line with no reference points is going to be basically impossible. But when I can look at it and see a combination of patterns and have more reference points to base my memory on, it would be infinitely easier to remember for sure. And what I meant by patterns, having to rely on patterns that I saw in textbook versus understanding, the fundamentals of it. What I was thinking of when I said that specifically is, say, candlestick patterns. You'll see there will be thousands and thousands of candlestick patterns, all with different names. A hangman, a doji, a morning star, a hammer. There's so many of them, and they're all basically describing where the candle opened and where it closed, and
Well, how many
based
pieces
on
of
where a
information does
candle.
that give you? If you say, okay, that's a candlestick, but it's a certain type of candlestick in terms of a chunk. If you say like, okay, that in one piece of information you have a candlestick, so it's really only giving you 3 points of information, because I mean a candlestick has a high, a low, and that's it. Is it only 3 points of information in a
It's
candlestick chunk?
it's four. It's a high, low, open, and close.
Okay.
So the wick at the bottom and top will represent the high and the low, and then the body of the candle will, if it's a green candle, then the top is the close and the bottom is the open. It just represents that the candle closed bullish or at a higher price than when it opened. And when you're trying to memorize thousands of candlestick patterns, it's basically just where the body of the candle is in reference to the wicks. And really, when you get to learn why a specific candlestick pattern might be bullish or bearish, it's based on whether buyers came into the market that you're watching at the end of the period. Say it's a 1 hour candle at the end of the 1 hour period, or sellers came in reference to when it opened. And say you have a lot of buyers. Say you have a long wick at the bottom and then just a small green body at the top. That shows that sellers came in and drove the price down. It hit some sort of support, and then many buyers came back in, and it closed close to where it entered. But it's showing that price tried to make sellers tried to come in, failed at capitulation, and now price is ready to make a move up. And you can, so that would be a hammer pattern. But you could also have a doji where it's the same exact thing, but the body would just be a little bit smaller. So it's telling you the same thing, and the difference is just a tiny, just a tiny movement that would happen right before close. So there's thousands of patterns just like this, and really, in the big picture, it doesn't matter if it's a doji or a hammer. What matters is you know what if it's telling you if there's a lot of bullish momentum as it was closing, um, and basically just the bias of the market as it was closing. So you could learn how to read thousands and thousands of and memorize thousands of candlestick patterns. But if you just learn the logic and the fundamentals of why these patterns are telling you what they're telling you, you don't need to memorize the thousands of names of all these patterns. You can just look at how the candlestick developed, how it closed, and tell what and get a feel for what that's telling you without knowing a specific name of the pattern. You know, it's but when you don't understand why a hammer or a doji is telling you what it's telling you, then you rely on just memorizing the thousands of specific patterns, because you don't know why those patterns are telling you what they're telling you. You just know that there's a probable outcome to those specific patterns. But when you learn the logic behind them, then you don't have to memorize the thousands of different patterns, because you just learn how to read the candlestick for what they're telling you, regardless of if it has a specific name or not.
Yeah, so that's interesting. From the perspective of the level of consciousness, you mentioned memory. So, like, you're trying to mention, like, no, I didn't memorize it. I understand it. But from the perspective of the hard problem of consciousness, is that it's unclear what it means
I understand.
to understand something.
Yeah.
So what I'm talking about is the possibility that there is no such thing as understanding something, because the only mental function that we know through evidence of the brain is memory. There is no evidence that the brain has a thinking function, or even from largely computer. Mostly, it's from studies in artificial intelligence and computers that people think, oh, if we could get neural networks of the computer to do thought-like tasks, that's probably how the brain does it. But at this point, it is actually a complete unknown. And from a spiritualistic perspective, and Mike also has spiritual takes on things, is that thought does not actually come from the brain. Thought is a soul function that derives maybe even from a dualistic realm. And if you think of like Plato's forms, and when I first debated John Francisco Repi on evolution, I used Plato's argument of the forms for the proof of the spiritual realm. Let's say like just the argument of the circle, that in the material realm there are no perfect circles. However, we have the idea of a perfect circle. And so from Plato, that was already an argument that there has to be separate spiritual realms that contain the ideas of perfect circles, or even like the concept of a chair, that saying that the concept of a chair doesn't really exist. We all know what a chair means, but what exactly is a chair? And these common philosophical things that you probably heard of before, but saying the concept of the chair actually exists in the spiritual realm, not in the material realm. And so that's my understanding as a spiritualist, and I'm making a distinction to tell people that no, science does not know how thought arises from the brain. And so the theory of how the brain produces thought centers around memory, because we know that the brain has a memory function. And so that's the idea. And also the question of free will, big question: do we have free will? Do we not have free will? What does it mean? And the memory type function means that you don't actually have to have free will. That the person here, Bughouse Knight and the Finisher, are not mentally making calculations and making a decision based on their calculation like in a free will decision. It is predetermined from the memories and patterns that they have stored up what they're going to do. And so from the perspective, like obviously trading, that's what I told, like don't just memorize it, understand it. My dad told me that the whole life. But from the latest theories on the hard problem of consciousness, it's important to recognize that that there are no theories right now in the hard problem of consciousness that involve thought. They're all basically formulations of how somehow memory on a level of abstraction gets created to thought, and it means sizes of chunking. That really all it is chunking, because that's the only thing that the evidence of the brain seems solid on, is this idea of chunking. And that anything else, just like maybe thought works like that, but then like, are you talking like Plato and the Kabbalists? Even though there's absolutely no correspondence to physical reality, or do you actually have some theory for what's going on in your head when you're thinking that corresponds to the data observed by neuroscience?
Yeah, I heard you making this distinction between thought and memory when I first started saying that about the candlestick patterns, and I agree. But I also think that
I'm saying that you don't necessarily understand it better. You could argue that you just memorize, you just remember it better, and that you remember it better so much that another person has to go step by step, that you remember larger chunks, and therefore you can make quicker, better decisions because you're working with larger pieces.
yeah, I also think that could be just kind of the reference that people that are trying to understand this are looking at it from, because we don't have a good understanding of, of, using the same word in the same sentence, but we don't have a good understanding of what understanding actually means. But we do have a good understanding of what memory is, and not necessarily how we remember it in the brain, but we have mediums like hard drives and things like that where we can store memory. So we have a much better understanding of what memory is than we do of what consciousness is, or understanding, or any of these things. So of course, when they try to think about what understanding might be, they're looking at it from a perspective of memory, because that's what they have the best understanding of, I think.
Yeah, I was going to argue, debate with Jennifer. We'll probably still do it, but we wanted to do it on modern day debates and try to get like a bigger audience and try to get our
Yeah.
channel monetized. And but it's unclear whether that's going to happen. But if not, we'll probably do it on my channel after the Jewish holidays. But just on dualism, to understand why the ancients and most sages of most traditions, or whatever percentage of the dualists versus non-dualists, understood that there has to be a separate spiritual realm that accounts for these phenomenon. That's saying, okay, these chunks, memory pattern, but you like Plato and his perfect circles, that they don't exist. Perfect circles don't exist in the material realm. There has to be a separate spiritual realm, the realm of souls, where these ideas also exist. So from a scientific perspective, no one is proposing dualism. There aren't really like any scientific dualists. There might be some scientists that have thought the limits of science, and due to religious belief or introspection, just like I was mentioning, the original studies on chess were all by asking really good chess players what was going through their head. And then with the behavioral school, it's like it doesn't matter what was going through their head. And the evidence even points to the fact that what's going through their head is not actually what caused them to make the decision. Just like if you were sitting down in front of a computer and there were doing day trading, maybe you do more slower trading, do the research and get your price points. But if you were making quicker decisions, and then there was some way to test and measure what was causing you to make the decision, and then we asked you what was going through your head when you made that decision, it would not be surprising. It would be expected that there would be a dissonance and a mismatch between what actually went through your head when you made that decision and how you explained what you thought went through your head when you made that decision. And then, chess is just a game to some extent, but chess has a winner and loser, because like there's some reason why one guy wins and some guy loses, and it's largely because they made better calculations. And so trading is zero sum also, because it's money. At the end of the day, you either make money or you don't. So you say, oh, I'm really good at trading, I understand it really well. So you say, well, then you should have a lot of money. So it's possible you could say that there's like an educated person's curse or a knowledge, that a person understands it really well but isn't good at it, like an economics professor versus a trader. And from a neurological level, of most people who are studying it would be like, okay, Duvid wants to be a better thinker, not necessarily because I could, I want to make more money on the stocks. Like, if I could be a better chunker, then like, me and Forex Shark can open up a hedge fund and we're going to make unbelievable amounts of money. And actually there's many people who have demonstrated and proven and done that. But saying just thinking in general, that everything that we do requires thinking. If you could improve your thinking skills, it's going to benefit you in basically all aspects of life. But saying trading is the main one, because that's the zero sum one, like chess. But like I said, chess at the end of the day, the world, this is just a chess variant, and because 20% of the world play chess, the fact that like the best chess player in the world maybe has over $10 million. I think Magnus Carlsen might have. I don't even think he has over $10 million. But considering that over 1 billion people in the world play chess, that the best player in the world is a small-time millionaire, and for this chess variant that is extremely competitive, like the guy, the finisher, probably spends like 50 hours a week studying this. He spent tens of thousands, very competitive, and the prize for being world champion at this chess variant is the grand total of $300. So
Yeah.
that's why trading is very good, zero sum, and your average person who puts thought into it, they're not putting thought like, oh, I just want to write like a scientific paper. No one cares about your scientific paper. Like, I want to make a bunch of money. And
Yeah.
I forget the examples. I think I even went to Stony Brook, the famous mathematician who wrote a paper and then opened up a hedge fund and is one of the richest people in the world. And there's multiple people like that. And saying Rogoff is the economic professor, and Peter Thiel, chess player. There's a standstill. Chess was very popular among traders just because like, I want to force myself to have to make very difficult, complicated decisions quickly. And so chess is popular among really all fields. It's 20% of the world plays it, and also for the study of how the brain forms thought. That there's been more studies into chess than there has been into people like Michael in stock traders. That, I mean, just from a factual basis, if you're looking at hundreds and hundreds of scientific papers on psychology written on how the mind forms thought based on chess, there's many. You would think, well, maybe like people would study something like great traders, and what's the difference between one trader and the next, and maybe it's more difficult, but for whatever reason, chess is the really the thing that psychology has consistently studied over the last 100 years.
Yeah, I have a few things that I was just saying. I should be taking notes because you said so many different things.
Well, it's a stream thing. I play it back later and saying like, I'm happy to. I was just kind of rambling. I don't do chill streams generally, so like my. But yeah, I mean, we could I'm happy to hear your thoughts now, but it's definitely, if you want to do some streams. But then you got to think about like who's your audience. Like you're saying, like, are you doing streams because you want to like recruit people for your hedge fund, and you want to be able to explain really complicated ideas that they're going to be able need to know in order to make money? Or are you looking at like, I just want to talk about ideas and how it's related to other issues? And it's very difficult to have the best of both worlds, to have just the intellectual thing where you talk about interesting ideas and try to get to the truth, and where you have the goal of making money. And so the best of both worlds fallacy, that I like to call it.
I'm so busy every day, every single day, talking about deals all day, so I wouldn't mind just having a good conversation.
Jared Kushner. I say like you're just like the mini. I was joking, like, is Jared Kushner the smartest person in the world? And he's like, no, I don't think Jared Kushner is smart. But it's like, well, how did he do what he did? And you're saying, so I mean, Michael, you say, oh, maybe he took higher birth. Like, I could have done what Jared Kushner did, but my grandfather didn't already have, I didn't already have hundreds of millions of dollars of a family business to build up like that. So you get into the spiritual question of high and low birth. To say like, no, I don't think Jared Kushner is better than me at all. I just think he took higher birth than me. And if I had taken as high a birth as him, I would have done just as more or better than him. So that's the rich dad, poor dad phenomenon. And then it's like a competition. So like, really, even though the finisher and Bughouse Knight that are playing each other now are competing basically against each other for 1 and 2, even though they played and crushed people, both of these guys would have probably crushed me easily. And it wouldn't even, like, their competition wouldn't have been me when they crushed me. Their competition was each other for first place. And so money like that, is usually like that for money. We're saying the people are you're just trying to be a little bit richer than the next person, because like, okay, like how much money do you need? So it's related to like what birth level you took. So it's like, well, I need so much money because my parents had this much money, and I don't want to have to suffer like my parents, or estimate, versus saying like, I want to be the richest person in the world. And eventually you say like, okay, like when I was young and decided to make money, like if you're a millionaire already, God bless you, thank God you're already a millionaire. But you're saying like no, like King Solomon said, once I
I'm
became a
busy.
millionaire, you might want to mute yourself. You got other people talking in the background while I'm rambling.
So
But
yeah, my family's here.
I mean, it's like I was saying, like chess usually, um, most people play chess. Most people that I coach never play competitively, and the main person they desire to beat at chess is like their father or the person who taught them. So usually your parents are going to be a measure like that. So for making money or something like that, you say, okay, like I want to make money because I knew I'd have to support myself, and it's all the struggle my parents went through that I didn't want to have to. Then you get to the point where I want to be the best. I want to win. I want to, do, my hedge fund to make more than others, or where you work. Or if it's just like chess, like I like winning. I like being good at something. So it's like, okay, like when you were making a little bit of money and now you're working harder to make more money, did that make you more happy? It was like, well, no, but I like the feeling of accomplishment. So if you objectively said, yes, making this more money didn't really make me more happy, but the feeling of accomplishment is addictive, and I've trained myself to be able to make money. And I don't know if I could just do whatever I want and accomplish. Like, Michael might not be able to just pick up chess and win. He might pick up chess and it's no fun to lose. And so he just like, I'm going to stick to what I'm good at, and I'm good at making money. So let me just keep on doing that. And, so that's pretty normal psychology with excellence in anything.
Yeah. When you said that trading is a zero-sum game, I believe trading is probably a negative-sum game because of exchange fees and all of this, right? So you have the person on the other side of the trade, and then the exchange, taking their cut. So that would be a negative-sum game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue economics theoretically, like capitalism, whether all economics is zero sum in nature, that all, that the money that you have in your pocket by definition would have been in someone else's pocket if you didn't have that. Or you could argue karmatically that no, I mean, you created something. In terms of like a business deal, if Mike's opened up his hedge fund, he's like, dude is a smart guy that like, and we work together and broker a deal at some point, it's like hopefully there's going to be enough profit where we're both going to be making a ton of money and we're going to be happy. But at some point, it's going to be zero sum, and there's going to be a negotiation in a middle line. And the only difference is um, whether the money goes in my pocket or your pocket. Assuming we're negotiating a business and the business is successful, it's zero sum because the difference is, does the money go in my pocket or does the money go in your pocket? And so economics to say no, I don't think all economics, all business is zero sum. A lot of business is zero sum, and like the market, you saying, okay, the market, there was a company that didn't exist. All the stock is ownership in this company, and I mean, so we could stream and talk about these philosophical topics, and they're very interesting to me. But like and I said that on Week in Review, is saying like don't get advice about money from poor people. You're saying if
Yeah.
you want to hear Duvid, like or Jennifer or somebody go off on a rant about the philosophy of money, maybe. But like like it's probably bad advice to try to get financial advice from poor people. So
Even
just
economists, most economists aren't wealthy people.
yeah, so it's an interesting in the pattern. From a chunking theory, they're saying no, like even though economists don't aren't always like that great at traders and in various things, that there is some factual um, chunk that the economist has certain chunks that are factually there in their head that are valuable, but there's a different block that doesn't allow them to make money. That's where the study in chess that there's been demonstrations that there's certain errors and certain things that chess players miss, even in the game, the few games I played, or making out that there's a reason like this person failed to see. You ever see that um, Mountaintops of Prophecy um, graphic?
I don't think so. No. I had a question. You said that there's no perfect circles, so some philosophers believe there must be a spiritual realm for these perfect circles to exist. I don't see why there needs to be a reason for perfect circles to exist, just because that's something we can think of.
Well, I mean, that all goes back to Plato and the Pythagoreans. I mean, you could argue with Plato and the Pythagoreans, but saying that simple argument for a dualistic realm was I could think of perfect circles, and just to push back on that, but saying, well, how do you even have in the concept of your head perfect circles if there is no such thing? How is it possible that you could even think about something that doesn't even exist if it doesn't exist? Where did it come? Your ability to think about things that don't exist, and therefore it must be that is not in the realm, the material realm. It's in the spiritual realm. So I mean, we don't have to, like, if you want to like write your dissertation, it's not like Duvid's thought that's famous, Plato's argument of forms.
Yeah.
And if you're looking here, this isn't the original version. There was a Baptist like 100 years ago, Lincoln, of his book, and he was an architect and then quit his job to go into theology, and he drew these pictures. There's different ones, but this one's clear, and it has the mountaintops of prophecy where this is the Christian ideal, where you have the Hebrew prophets that saw clearly what would happen at the end of days, but missed what's called the valley of the church. And it's the graphic of like the line of vision, that the valley of the church, why the Hebrew prophets didn't see that there'd be this period of the valley of the church between Jesus and the second coming. And so there's a lot of charts on that. But I think chess is kind of that almost like prophetic example of what's going to happen in the future. And you say, okay, Gachi, I played him. He's a top player. Like if I were playing, like a lot of these guys would beat me. I played him 31 games. He's beat me 22. I've beat him 9, and I'm top 100 in the world actually at this chess variant. So I'm already, from the top 1% to rank top 100 in the world. Finishers in the top 10 in the world. He's beaten me 32-1. I only got one game off of him. So there's levels of Gachi. Like, so classically they used to say, okay, Duvid could look 5 moves deep, Gachi could look 6 moves deep, and the finisher could look 8 moves deep. Although generally the evidence has shown that's not accurate, and there's it's related to machine learning in human mind also. It's called like alpha beta pruning, where you have these large trees of thought and possibilities, and the computers use a pruning technique, which just means that they don't waste a lot of processing power analyzing endless variation. So they have to have some ability to determine that this variation is not worth analyzing as much as other variations. So human players have shown that there is expert players don't necessarily think faster or think deeper. They just have a better intuitive understanding for what patterns are going to be a waste of time to look at and what others, because obviously on the board right now in this position, there's tens of moves that could be played at this time. And you say, okay, bishop at f2, or pawn takes knight, these things. Like, he's going to make a move, he's going to play a move, he's got to pick one of them. But here there's tens of possibilities, and after you say, okay, so let's say he did do pawn takes knight, and so this is the most pressing. Like, he takes the material, and if he plays queen takes queen, because it's crazy house, he's going to have another queen to place on the board. But does he have anything? And so White's saying, I think I'm safe. But he had to make a calculation in his own head. He had to see this position. This is only 2 moves later. But saying when he was thinking earlier, he saw this position in his head. And even a weak player would have done that. But the question is like 4 or 5 moves later. So Duvid may have seen 5 moves, Gachi 6 moves, or something like that. But it's not directly like that. It's like a chunking type pattern where the process is the same for everybody, and the difference is just the chunks that the person is working with.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were this good at chess. I knew that you played chess a lot. I didn't know you were going up against some of the best people in the world.
Well, I was a junior champion in the U.S. I was competitive. My brother's a legitimate chess master. He was a state champion, but I was good as a junior and competed nationally as a junior. And then came on to coaching. But no, I'm not that good. This is a variant of chess. Meaning it's not regular chess. Is it? Notice when you take a piece, you get to place it back on the board. So there's much fewer people who play it. So I'm in the top 100 of people who play this variant. And the fact is that not that many people really play this variant. Like of the hundreds of millions, 20% of the world that in theory plays chess, um, only maybe 10,000 people play this variant, 100,000 people play a variant of chess, but it's a good benchmark for just pure calculation level of, how much the mind sees, how much thought is capturing. But it's like me being at the top 100 of this chess variant is impressive, but it's not anything near like chess because only it's just a variant.
Yeah, I think right now, well, definitely chess. I can see how chess would be a great game to try to weed out people who could be good traders. I think the best traders in the world right now are physicists and
Why I made the point is the evidence showed that not to be true. So historically, even me myself was given opportunity in trading largely related to chess. I've been in yeshiva in Jerusalem with a friend, and he was trading, and I had done. I didn't play much chess when I was in Jerusalem, but I'd played blindfold. I played a few games at the same time. Everyone knew I was a chess player, even though I didn't really play much at all when I was there. But it led to like, oh, and he probably basically wanted to make money off of me. Like I'm saying, the reason he's like, oh, you're good at chess. Like maybe I'll be able to make money off of you. And that perspective, he was right. But I was also good at a lot of things. I'm a high IQ person in general,
yeah.
and the evidence shows that you don't have to be high IQ to be a good chess player, and you could probably also you don't have to be high IQ to be a good trader. It might help, and um,
Mm-hmm.
and I was making the point that the evidence has shown that actually good chess players do not make good traders. Although historically, there's reasons why lots and lots of people thought that chess players would make good traders, but the evidence has demonstrated that that's not the case.
Yeah, well, the pattern recognition is the main thing I would think of, but there's so much more to trading than pattern recognition. Um, but right now, I believe the top traders in the world are physicists. There's a few big
Mathematicians or physicists?
funds, physicists specifically. Um,
Maybe it's an applied mathematics. So if you're a pure, I mean, there are a few famous. I mean, I was even in Stony Brook. I have to Google the name of the guy who was a professor at Stony Brook and wrote the paper on mathematics, and now has one of the biggest hedge funds. But you could say applied mathematics versus just mathematics. That if you only know um, mathematics without an application, that knowing the mathematics with an application, I mean, that's just a off my head whimsical explanation.
yeah, and right now, people who are very good at Python and C++, because Python, there's a lot of use that mostly for machine learning, and C++ is just uh, a programming language that is you can build high security systems. So most of the financial software is built in C++, and a lot of the trading algorithms are written in Python. So there's some people that I'm working with right now that have some amazing, automated trading bots that they're making some great money, but it's actually not even they're not even really taking advantage of machine learning. They're doing things like front running, um, you know, um, well, the way that the blockchain works with, say, Ethereum, when a trade goes through, it gets confirmed on the block every 15 minutes. And based on the amount of gas, which is just the amount of Ethereum that you're paying the miners, um, you get filled on the block sequentially. So the higher amount of gas you use, you'll get filled first on the block. So it gives people a 15-second window where if you're trading the same asset on the Ethereum blockchain, if you use more gas than them, then you'll get filled before them, and there's a 15-second window to do that. So there's some traders that I know that are they just sorry, I just got unplugged. Hear me?
Yeah.
All right, you can hear me.
Yeah, I just cut you. You didn't even cut
Okay,
out.
yeah. Okay, yeah. They just some traders, some really big traders that I follow, they just do arbitrage between different exchanges. And since it's all on a public blockchain, it's easier to build bots that basically just watch for their activity on their address. And as soon as they do any kind of, arbitration trades are typically high volume. So they might be, 500,000, $1 million. $1 million would be large for something on the Ethereum blockchain, but 300,000, $500,000 trades that will move the market, 5-10%, somewhere around there, a decent amount depending on the asset. And some of the people that I work with, they'll just build a bot that just watches their one address, and as soon as they see a pending order, their bot will automatically place a trade in that same asset using just enough gas that they'll be confirmed on the block before the large order. So basically, they see a large order that will move the market 5 or 10%. They as soon as it's pending, they front run it with more gas with a trigger to sell it as soon as it's confirmed. So they both get confirmed on the same block. Since they get confirmed before the large order will move the trade in their favor, 5-10%, and then it will trigger to instantly sell in the next block. So there's a ton of money to be made like that. So it's I would say right now it's it's kind of weird too, because on a smaller scale, like on a scale where I'm trading, where it's hundreds and thousands and low millions, it's people that are coders that are making a ton of money. But I would say when you get up to the higher scale, people like $1 billion hedge funds and $1 trillion funds, they're not. I would say the coders are just making a high salary. They're not making. They're not the ones really making a ton of money. But I would say right now, for just the average person that wants to get into trading, especially cryptocurrency, coding is probably the best profession or the best skill set you would want to have to get into it.
Yeah, but it's that day. Really, it's that way with almost everything these days, where everything is, coding is usually the most important skill. So trading, even art, music production, any of these things. If you're thinking, what's the important skill that's going to be important for me getting ahead in the field, like coding has became that way with almost everything these days. But yeah, I mean, certainly like trading and your ideas, like mathematics, where I didn't end up in civil engineering because the mathematics, but upper level undergraduate mathematics already, you got to write computer programs to solve problems that you have a problem, and it takes a computer program to so it looks like the fin got spanked there.
It seems to not be totally scalable or something though, because right now I'm working with people that they've turned low thousands into millions so far this year through coding the kind of bots that I just told you about to front run large arbitration accounts and stuff like this.
I mean, with margin, turn thousands on margin loans or thousands in options. I mean, it's hard to turn.
No, this isn't options. This is cryptocurrency using decentralized exchanges. So it's.
I was saying, how do you turn thousands into millions? How do you make exponential? You're saying because you code and you get coin in return for coding, and then the value of the coin exponentially increases.
There's very little risk on what they're doing, because what they're doing is so these arbitration bots, they're not running arbitration bots, but there are arbitration bots, and all the arbitration bots are doing all day is when they see one exchange is trading one cryptocurrency, an asset, they're usually the larger ones, say Tether or whatever, Ethereum, Tether, Ample, one of the larger. This is specifically on ERC20 tokens. So, Ample or Tether or one of these large ERC20s, when um, Moonswap and Uniswap, they're two DeFi exchanges. One will be trading at Tether might be trading at 2% less on Moonswap than on Uniswap. So this bot will recognize what it's just watching, both exchanges, and when it sees that one exchange has gotten the variance between one asset has changed a specific amount on both exchanges, it will automatically buy it on one exchange and sell it on the other, and it will do it so it gets filled on the same block. So there's very little competition on that, and one of the reasons why there's such little competition is because these are very new markets. Some of these markets are months old right now, so so they're just doing these arbitration trades. And what the bot that I'm talking about, where I know people that have turned thousands into millions this year, they're watching these arbitration bots, and when they see that they're placing say a buy order on Uniswap to sell on Moonswap, they know that when that sell order gets placed on Moonswap, it's going to move the market a specific amount. So
you know Halsey, right?
Yeah, I know Halsey. Yeah,
I was saying he just messaged me if I wanted to do a show with him Wednesday night.
yeah. So they know it's going to move the market.
I'll probably join Halsey. I mean, he's actually has a background in mathematics, and he was a child genius that like finished high school at like 16 and has a undergraduate or master's degree in mathematics, and he does financial.
Yeah, I talked to Halsey once on a live for.
He probably take you on a show if you want, if you were interested. Yeah. I mean, you have to see your value proposition for doing it. And Halsey's, I mean, he's in the New York area. But yeah, that was just random. I got a Twitter message and it's Halsey reaching out to have a show on Wednesday, which I'll probably do.
That's good. So yeah, so I just want to finish explaining this. So when this arbitration bot places this order on the other exchange, it's very, very high probability that it's going to move the market a specific amount, and you could tell how much it's going to move it based on the order book depth and the volume of the trade. So front running these trades is it's more high probability than any other kind of trade that I know of. It's not you're not taking advantage of patterns or anything like that. You know that they're placing this trade in 15 seconds. It's going to move the market a specific amount. You know how much gas they're using, and you have a bot to automatically use more gas than them to get filled on the chain before them, and to automatically sell when their order gets placed. So, I mean, nothing is guaranteed. I mean, the whole market could, crash. There could be some massive black swan event. But outside of that, it's, super, super high probability that when that order goes through, it's going to move the market a specific amount. And they're just taking advantage of front running these arbitration bots. So it's, you're making, 5%, 10% multiple times a day. So, these kinds of opportunities don't last long, because whenever you have this, high yield opportunity like this, the space gets crowded, and it becomes, so the way that this would, get crowded out and start to become inefficient is someone would just create a bot to use more gas to get filled before the person that's trying to front run the large arbitration bot. And then it becomes a gas war where they're paying more and more gas to try to outbeat each other, to the point where that gas, the price that you have to pay for that gas, becomes more than the profit you make from the trade. And that those profit margins will become more efficient and eventually become so small that it's like any other kind of trade in the market. But right now, it's just, very, very low risk, very high reward. you know, and it's frequent enough that you can really make a lot of money off of it. And it's really there's very few people with this skill set, because you need to know how to trade. You also need to be a coder. You also need to know the whole cryptocurrency space, DeFi space that we're in. That's really brand new now. You need to understand a lot. It's a lot of different skill sets that need to come together for you to be able to do this. And then someone like me, who has a lot of the skill sets, but I'm a crappy coder, I couldn't, it'd be really hard for me to hire a coder to set up a system to do something like this for me, because once I explain to them everything they need to know to get it up and running, they're probably just going to run it themselves, and there are some opportunities that I have worked with coders for doing certain things like sniping exchange listings. So setting up bots to make sure I'm the first person to buy asset as soon as it's listed on exchange. I'm doing that a lot, and I'm doing things like using specific contracts that when see on DeFi exchanges, anyone can add liquidity to the order book, and what people are doing is creating tokens that are pretty much worthless, but using a ton of marketing behind them just to get people to buy on listing, and then pulling all the liquidity out as soon as buyers come in. So the buyers get held with a bunch of worthless tokens that there's nothing on the order book for them to exchange them back to, like no Ethereum or nothing of value for them to exchange them back to. And so this is a big scam that's been going on and on for the past 6 months. And I use a contract that watches the exchange for large liquidity pools of assets that I buy. So I'll often buy assets as soon as they're listed, and then when the liquidity provider tries to pull liquidity, I end up front running them and scamming the scammer. So there are some opportunities to hire programmers that they can't just decide to, kick you out of the deal once you tell them what's going on, because you need to still, like in the case I just told you, you still need to tell them what to buy, when to buy it, give them information about it, and all that stuff. So,
Was you created your own bot, you're saying?
no, I'm a crappy programmer, but I have a few people that I work with that I
You had
designed
someone
it.
create a bot for you. You paid someone to create a bot for you, or a partner.
Yeah, I designed it. Basically, he's someone that is not he doesn't have much money, but he works in Sweden for a cryptocurrency company. I don't know exactly. I know it's involved in cryptocurrency. He's very into his privacy, like a lot of people in cryptocurrency. So I don't know specifically what he's doing, but he works for some sort of company doing coding for something to do with cryptocurrency, and he doesn't have a lot of money, so he's actually just launching a project called XBTC, which is a cryptocurrency that is it's basically pegged to the value pegged to the market dominance of Bitcoin. So when the market dominance of Bitcoin goes down, it mints more tokens and hands them out. It has an inflation mechanism where it mints tokens and hands them out to people that are providing liquidity to the order book. So it's a pretty cool system that allows people to bet that the market dominance of Bitcoin compared to other cryptocurrencies will be going down, and it does this by rewarding liquidity providers, which incentivizes people to add liquidity to the order book, which makes more efficient trading on that asset. So it's just a real cool whole little ecosystem that's worked out that he designed. And he just launched his project. He's about to launch his job so he can go full time into creating these kinds of contracts and stuff like this. But yeah, I teamed up with him to create a bot that it's called a rug pull. They call it a rug pull when someone lists an asset on a DeFi exchange, because anybody can create a contract and list it on a DeFi exchange and add liquidity. And what they'll do is they'll add the token that they just created and add an amount of Ethereum to the other side of the order book. So you have Ethereum on one side of the order book and the token they just created on the other. and depending on the amount of tokens they added, which they just created, and the amount of Ethereum they add on the other side of the order book, that's how you get the price of the token. Obviously, that's how you find price discovery. And then and they'll do this and they'll list it, and then people see, oh, there was just a new token that was listed. Let me buy it now before marketing, before people realize and people start to buy it up. It's just, whenever something newly listed, a lot of people will just take a bet on it just because it's new. They think, oh, I'm getting it at the bottom possible price because it just listed, so let me buy it. And people will buy it. And on these DeFi exchanges, what it is it's an automatic market maker where when you buy the token, what you're doing is you're taking Ethereum out of the pool and what you're doing is you're taking tokens out of the pool and you're putting Ethereum into the pool. So now there's more Ethereum in the pool and less tokens. So now each token in the pool is worth more Ethereum. So the dollar value of the tokens just went up. And so it's like an automatic market maker. It's not like a traditional market books. And then anybody can add tokens or Ethereum to the pool, and they get paid 0.3% of every transaction as an incentive to add liquidity to the pool as kind of a passive income type thing. So people will do that. They'll add their own tokens and they'll add Ethereum. But if you're the only person that added the tokens and added the Ethereum, you can pull out that Ethereum. So when people are buying their tokens, they're adding more Ethereum to the pool, and all that Ethereum that people are putting in that are buying the tokens, the person who added that to the pool, which is always the developer that made the token with these scams, they can pull out all that Ethereum once people have bought it and added Ethereum to the pool. So when they do that, they pull out all the Ethereum out of the pool. Now there's only tokens left in the pool, and these tokens are essentially worthless because the people just bought them based on a bet. They have no functionality, and now there's no Ethereum left in the pool to trade against them. So people just get left holding these tokens. So what the bot that I designed does is it watches the exchange for this large liquidity pull, and if someone either makes a sell order that will dump the price over 50%, or if someone tries to pull a large, more than 50% of the Ethereum out of the liquidity pool, my bot will automatically swap out my tokens or sell my tokens for Ethereum. And since Ethereum blockchain has a confirmation of every 15 seconds, so a new block is confirmed every 15 seconds, that means that there's seconds as soon as that order is placed for me to go in and place my order to sell with more gas than they did. So mine will basic gas is what pays the miners to confirm the transaction, and the miners, the way mining works is it will confirm a transaction on each block depending sequentially on who used the most gas. If you use more gas, you get filled first, and it goes all the way down to the people that use the smallest amount of gas, and then people that there's only so much data that can be processed on each block. So if you use so little gas that basically if only so much data can be processed in each block, so there's always going to be some data that can't be processed on the block. And if you're someone that used so little gas that you're beaten out by everybody else that wanted to place data on the block, your order will just fail. So so what mine will do is my bot, when someone tries to pull a large amount of liquidity or do a sell order that will dump the price more than 50%, it will automatically place a sell order using more gas than the person that's trying to pull the liquidity. So when it gets confirmed on the block, my bot will sell the asset, sell the crypto before the liquidity is pulled, every time. And what always ends up happening is I end up making profit off it. And there is kind of a moral thing that I've been dealing with because I am essentially profiting off scams doing that. But the only reason I'm profiting off of scams is because I bought the token, taking a bet that it wouldn't be a scam, and other people are making that same bet, and then when it turns out to be a scam, and the scammer goes to pull the liquidity or goes to sell all his tokens, and I front run him, I'm now selling my tokens for what the scammer would be selling them for. So I'm taking the profit that the scammer would have just taken, right? But I'm doing it to protect myself from getting scammed, but I am making profit off it from what was essentially a scam. So it is a weird little moral thing, but
If you give the chess comparison, I mean, because it's a extremely complicated calculation to get the better of financial transaction, and just simple. That's your goal, to get the better end of a financial transaction. You have to come up with some. You have to understand some extremely complicated process, and you have to understand your competition, the other people who are capable of understanding these complicated processes and also profit off of them, and have some sort of competitive, nature thing where it's like like a chess game where you see what they're doing, and you just see like one step further, and you could profit off of it. Due to that, you just so to say, seeing deeper, making more informed, better decisions.
yeah, and with these some of these things like I was telling you about, like this rug pulling, liquidity pulling scam, it's not necessarily that I'm able to outthink the scammers, because I'm not necessarily, they just I'm not the person they're trying to beat, really. I'm less than 99% of people are using the type of bot I'm using that's able to front run them. So they don't have incentive really to come up with a solution to beat my kind of bot, because they so rarely encounter it that they're just trying to beat the vast majority of people. And if they beat the vast majority of people, they're gonna still
Will be
make a
profitable.
great profit. Yeah. So
Well, you don't have to be the best to be profitable, but you could realize the competitive strategy and the law of efficient markets, basically necessitating that no strategy works long term. Just factually, all strategies fail long term. From the explanation of the law of efficient markets, that if there's some sort of inconsistency in the market that allows you to temporarily make a profit, that by definition it won't last. And
yeah, this is just what I was talking about with the front running bot for front running arbitrations, because right now it's such a
chess is also the same in that way. Like, you could memorize or train a new technique, but once you use it, other people are going to have it, and then the ability that they could just be like, oh, like I was just watching that game, and that technique that you spent all that time, like using computer analysis or studying these games, uh, you could sometimes use it multiple times. But I mean, it's not like it only has one use. You could use it in any applicable thing. But your competitors, so if it's like a weaker player, they may never figure out, or you have a ton of strategy, but your regular competition, they're going to see what you're trying to do, and they're going to notice what you're trying to do. And if it's zero sum, what you're trying to do is eating into their profit, so they might say, I have a system and it's making profit, and I recognize, this dude, Forex Shark, is out there eating into my profit, but I'm still making enough profit. I'm not worried about it. But I mean, the reality is, just like chess strategy, top chess players has to constantly be coming up with new strategies. Top traders know that no trading strategy works long term. I mean, you could do the mathematics and having a well risk reward trade, but like at the end of the day, if there's money to be made from recognizing these patterns, more people are going to recognize them and do something about it, and that will limit the amount of money. So that, I mean, the time we streamed on your channel a few times, and saying at least there's a few thoughts on um, multiple strategies that you have, your Bollinger Rings. But I'm saying basically you're applying 2 to 3 of the current best strategies, and you're you have your eye out looking for new strategies, recognizing that even though you're successful using multiple of the current strategies, one thing, it's possible that you're only successful due to lower volume, and if you tried to step up to higher volume, that your strategy may not work as well. And also that like if your strategy is profitable, that the more people who try it will narrow the realm of profit off of it. It's like if you're trading a band, back and forth for 10 cents and making like a like a it's trading between like $10 and $10.10, and your strategy is buy at 10:01 and sell at 10:09, and then a bunch of people do it, and he's like, oh, I could still buy at 10:02 and sell at 10:08, and then eventually when you're buying at 10:04, selling at 10:06, but then once that may not even be profitable. But I mean, the idea is that more people recognize what you're doing, and if you're making money off of it, they're going to copy that, and that's the law of efficient markets, obviously. But for a complicated system like um, digital currencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, any of these things you're talking about, these are extremely complicated processes that you probably don't need to have a high IQ. You could probably be a even below average person, intelligent person, and understand the concept that you just said. Having a quick mind, maybe someone could play back like, oh, that's very interesting. Maybe I could even replicate your strategy. Like, I'm a trader also, and just from the information Michael exposed on Duvid's stream, I think I could go and make my own money copying what he said. Maybe not. Versus a person, even by the time I piece together your strategy, you may have changed it. And also, they said what you actually do to make money probably is not actually what you describe. Like, you describe something largely accurate in the sense of what you do, but when you actually trade, you probably use a different mechanism than how when you described it under words, because like how the brain works, the center for controlling successful rote action like trading, where you're just sitting at a computer, with your hand ready to hit the buy or sell, versus the intellectual understanding in your brain of what's going on and what words you use to describe that to different people, are factually different centers of the brain. And that's why it would make sense that there's a dissonance. And even when you think about it right now, you're not streaming, you're just trading, you're making money. And so you might not have to think about it. You just have something that works. And then when you have partners, you open a hedge fund, you got to explain your strategy. You got to meet with your partners. So you're gonna have to verbalize it. Or if you're streaming, where your whole thing is based on your ability to verbalize your ideas.
Yeah, it would be extremely hard to
I
verbalize
don't know if you
my
agree with my
complete
point that
system.
when you actually trade and what you're actually doing, when you sit down and make the charts and make the money, probably isn't exactly uh, how you described what you're doing. And it may be even mental on the aspect where you wouldn't even be capable of putting in words what it is you actually do. And you may not even know what it is that you actually do. It might just be like a chunking exercise. Like, well, I did a million, I looked at these charts and studied them, and now I got these patterns in my head. Awesome. But, beyond that, that might be all that you know.
Yeah, there is part of it that is that way. I mean, it would take me days to days of sitting down for hours each day to try to explain exactly what I'm doing. But I've been trading now for 7 years, so there's just so much data that I'm taking in and using that I'm sure is subconscious that I'm not actually realizing that I'm using. Um, yeah, definitely. I had something to say. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Um,
So, right, this tournament's almost wrapping up, so I'll probably end the stream in less than 10 minutes. But I'm glad you came on. It was an interesting.
oh, I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that I've been relying a lot more on networking and to say exploiting the trust that people have in me. That sounds really bad. That sounds like I'm doing something negative. But taking advantage of the trust that I've built in my community to do things like pooling funds to approach development teams and get you know deals for projects that haven't listed yet, typically fund projects, or just provide the Ethereum that they'll use to add to the liquidity pool to launch it, or I'm running a group where I do escrow for multi-sig contracts. So I'm doing a lot of they call it pre-sale allocation or seed allocations, where I'm buying tokens before they ever exist with vesting. And then since I'm pooling funds with a lot of other people, a lot of times people come to me and say, I want to sell my vested position. It's selling over the counter right now for twice what I paid for it, or twice what it's going to be listed on the exchange. Can you do some sort of escrow between them? I always used to say no, because it takes up a lot of time. I have no, I had no structure to really do that. So that's what I've been focusing on lately. And I just opened up a group where I'm doing escrow. So if people want to sell their pre-sale allocations that they got into, or seed allocations, to someone else over the counter, I handle both sides of that. So someone will send me the Ethereum, and then when the tokens get released from the development team, I'll distribute them out to the people who paid escrow, and then charge both sides 5% of the deal. So I would say some of my most successful trades this year so far haven't been just from strictly chart analysis, although when it comes to managing a position, I do use technical analysis and charts. But just as far as how I'm getting into a lot of positions lately, it's been through networking and contacting development teams, and pooling funds with the people on my server. It's we just did there's a project called Rubik, which is basically a mobile wallet that allows people to do cross-chain transactions. So, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, these are all on separate blockchains. So in the past, there was no way to do cross-chain transactions. So this company called Rubik, who I just who I'm advising, and who I just did a pool with to fund their project, they set up a mobile app where they have a token that can do cross-chain transactions. And so I've been doing these pools for the past 5 or 6 months now, and they're getting to the point where people are so confident in them, and confident in the deals we have, and just that I'll manage their positions correctly, and they'll get what they paid for. We raised $300,000 in about 20 minutes, less than a half hour, just with no prior. I didn't give them any information about the deal previously. Hey, get your funds together. We're going to be doing this. They just know that there's going to be deals all the time. But yeah, we only have
It's your strategy, and you're recruiting the people basically because you need a bigger team, or these people bringing their own ideas and strategies to the table, or even their own saying it's your money and your strategy, or saying some of these people are bringing money, or there's different skills that these people have, but the strategy is largely yours, or there are other parts of the strategy that your partners are bringing, and that you need their help with, or
Yeah, well, it's a big space right now. There's so much going on. So the people that are on my server are a lot. It started out just me inviting a lot of friends, and then people who are interested in to learn how to trade.
Did it come from your Discord? I'm saying we made that stream with the overview of your Discord before, but you're saying, are you doing it largely from the Discord?
Yeah, it started from my Discord. I have.
I was in your Discord for a few months. I mean, you had your room in my Discord that
I know.
You made like hundreds of posts, and there were a few people talking with you. But I guess it probably just wasn't worth your time to post all that stuff in my Discord. And then eventually I left your Discord because it was just taking up too much of my mental space to be thinking about investing when I'm not investing.
Yeah, but that was
I'm glad your Discord went somewhere. I remember doing that stream where we did an overview walkthrough of your Discord for people.
Yeah. Now there are like I believe 430 members, and I'm getting new members every day. Like, a few members every day, and so what the people are mainly bringing.
Are you streaming also, or are you just purely using Discord? Or
No, I should start streaming.
do
I
you
just
use the chat? Matt, I
yeah,
could rejoin if you'd rejoin my Discord. I don't have your contact information. I'm more
yeah, that's
active than you are, but if you join my Discord, I'll rejoin your Discord. And if you want to, I mean, I guess like some Duvidic management help or something, if you just want to stream or a way to converse to a large amount of people, if you want to think that through, or Discord now has video and voice chat also. You don't need to make a YouTube stream. You could just use the room and
yeah.
talk to
We use
people
voice
even with
chat.
video straight on Discord. Although obviously, if you record it, you could play it back later. And yeah, I'm definitely interested. I mean, if I remember, we were talking about this months ago, and I mean, you were looking into real estate, and
I think that was in 2018, actually.
I mean, did you ended up buying that apartment unit for
Yeah,
the
I'm actually selling. I'm in the process of trying to sell it right now. Yeah, I
a
have.
profitable venture?
Yeah.
I mean,
It
was
went
that
pretty
something
well.
that your mother helped you out with? I mean, not that it's not that it's like forbidden to get help, but I'm saying you had some sort of in that your mother like knew people to be able to help
Yeah,
find a good
not
deal.
not financial help, but
All
she
the books
did.
recommend doing that, but I'm saying obviously, like I'm awesome. Even if I didn't have a mother, I would have succeeded. But the fact is that you got to use what
No.
resources you have, and if your mother was able to help you find a good deal,
Yeah, she did commercial real estate for like 20 years, so I was able to find a property that was foreclosed on, that was off market. So I there was basically no other bidders on it, and
you think
it
you're
was.
just you're just gonna rehab, fix it, and pocket the profit, and
I
not.
already did, yeah. Yeah, it had some water damage. So we did a lot of just cosmetic stuff. I had all the drywall replaced, where there was like ruined hardwood floors, where it wasn't structurally ruined, but just really looked bad. Put all carpeting down, um, put all new appliances, um, repainted the deck, power washed everything, got everything really clean. And then that was in 2018. So now, uh, it's been a couple of years. The market has gone, for some reason, the real estate market continues to go up and has continued to go up for since about 2016. I feel like it's gonna start to come down. It has to come down. I mean, they can keep the stock market going by inflation and just giving a ton of money to these central banks to put into index funds, which gets
I'll just
distributed
show on the
out to.
screen here. The tournament's over. The finisher won. The theory, Bughouse Knight kept on coming, but the finisher it's a 6-hour tournament. It's based on the number you win. So the number two, made the number one keep at it and keep on playing, but he won by quite a bit. So end with the chess stream, and I'm glad Mike came by, and like I rambled on chess for hours and hours. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a 4 hour stream, and I'll probably end it just to show the Discord. I mean, Forex Shark had a room in my channel, and I don't pay Discord actually, so I don't. I guess I can't even. Oh, I'm not sure if I could see the history going all the way back, or if that's on my own, or if you pay. I don't know. Are you a paying member of Discord?
Yeah, I have it, but actually,
I don't think it's
people
that
can.
expensive, but I mean,
No, it's
I
$10 a month, but people can donate it to you, and people are always just. I never asked for it, and I never paid for it because I don't really care or not. But people always just donate it to me all the time. People in my server.
I gave you the link to the invite to my Discord, but I mean, I mean, if you don't, you don't have to be in my Discord. You have a room if you want. I still have 35 people in my Discord, and it's mostly I haven't had much conversation. Occasionally, people ask me questions. Oh, there you are. You're in it. Um, I even made you an admin for a while. You even helped me set up my Discord, but
Yeah,
I didn't end up doing much with it. It was basically just another venue for people to ask me questions or for me to promote my media. And almost all the people, I mean, so there's like 2 or 3 people um, that occasionally ask me questions on Discord, but besides for that, I haven't really
Yeah,
used it. Your purpose was um,
education mostly. I wanted to help people learn how to trade. And I started doing that, and I still do that. I mean, that's really the base of it. But now I'm so busy with all of these deals, and I wasn't. I was mostly into traditional markets and Bitcoin, but now this whole DeFi bull market has come along. That I started to get into more of these DeFi Ethereum based projects, and that opened me up to joining a different group that does some of these pre-sale funding projects, and then I met some connections through that. They ended up joining my server, and then very shortly after that, my server ended up just leaving that other server in the dust, and now I have a ton of people from like big YouTubers on my channel that are influencers, like this guy Trayvon James. He's famous in cryptocurrency. He has 200,000 something subscribers on YouTube, and a big following on other social medias. He's on my server. There's a bunch of really big people that have other really large groups, and a bunch of development teams and developers are on my server. Programmers, some big whales are on my server. Really, I'm only inviting people if they have something to contribute to my server, because my server is free. There's a lot of other people that provide what I provide on my server, and they charge people. I never wanted to charge people because I always felt like um, I don't want them to feel like I owe them something because they gave me one Ethereum, which is like $200 or something. I don't want to ever feel like I owe them something because of that. But if someone can provide something for my server, as far as there's a skill, or they can help secure deals, or they're even if they're just someone that is good with discussion, and they can just keep things flowing nice in the chat and keep the mood good in the chat, anything. If you have something to provide, then you can come on my server. And so people provide all different kinds of things, but I'd say the main thing that people provide, it sounds kind of cold to say this, but it's capital. Because even though I do have money to place into these deals, I don't have the kind of money where I can put $500,000 into one trade, a high risk cryptocurrency trade that hasn't even hit the market yet. I don't have that kind of money. So I have the kind of money where I can put, $25,000-$50,000 into a trade like that, and
well, you're saying
maybe
it's all about you, that you're I mean, you're saying it's all about you, that you're doing it for yourself and to benefit yourself. The calculation, as opposed to maybe you're doing it as a service to other people. You're saying, okay, God has been good to you, and now you want to return that and help people, understand some complicated process, just as a some sort of favor to humanity, or some sort of joint venture where like, I want to help out other people. However, I want to help my, obviously I want to help
well, this
myself
is
at the same time. And you're saying, like, I mean, you could look at your different value proposition, because obviously most people don't have capital. So if you're saying, you're like, okay, you have strategies, and the problems, you don't have enough capital, so you just want to recruit people capital. Or you're saying, like, I don't mind helping people and just teaching people how great America is in
well, it started
capitalism, and how
it
to.
started to it started to teach people, and that's what I'm still doing. I'm still spending hours on there teaching people, and the deals that we're doing are obviously mutually beneficial. No one is going to give me $10,000 uh, to benefit me. These people are I'm providing deals that are good deals that have a high probability of returning great return for the risk these people are taking, and these people wouldn't be able to get the deals unless they are able to get the deals because of my connections in the space and my ability um, to raise funds through having trust in my community and the other communities I work with. So I think that I'm probably doing more benefit to the people with right now than if I was just doing education, because I feel like this information's already out there. Most of the information I'm giving is already out there. And it
You
does
have to
help
know a
to
lot
have.
to know what. I mean, you're probably right that all the information is, and if you're packaging it in a way, say, okay, does Duvid even like I've been researching science of consciousness and these things for my whole adult life, but to say, do I even have anything unique to offer on the subject that doesn't exist in other places? By saying you could look at it, saying, God has blessed you and it's your obligation to be charitable. Or, saying that, a capitalistic and like a Trump type, Biden type of way you're looking at it. But, yeah, I had a chess stream, so I'm happy to talk if you want to, like, um, I guess, just put in my Discord the link to your Discord,
I
and
will
I'll
right
try
now.
to.
Yeah. You'll see that people on my server. I mean, I don't talk about
There
the
might be
great things
nothing
I do.
there for me. I might have left it because it just like I wasn't trading. There was really just nothing there for me in your
Well,
Discord.
it was completely different when you went on there. I mean, when
And
you
even
were
if you're
on there,
active
like
and have things and people making money, all that is things like, it's like, okay, I'm not trading. I might have a few things to say, but it's like, if your Discord is designed around, certain purpose and, people don't fit that purpose. And then it's just saying, oh, I got a cool Discord. Like I'm going to put all my friends there or, just interesting people I meet. They'll say I have an awesome Discord, but there may not be a value proposition for anybody other than, people actively involved in trading.
there might not be for you, but see, I haven't talked to you in a while, so I saw
Yeah, I
you were
switched to civil
streaming.
engineering anyways. Like I would think in real estate, I haven't done much. Real estate was more, what I was involved in. In fact, I think Babylonian Hebrew in DC, he ended up like buying a building in Washington DC or something like, from New York with some partners.
Yeah. So when I was saying also that I'm writing saying when I was saying that the information is already out there, one of the things that I have on my server is a resources channel where it's full of
Do a screen share or something. Like I remember doing the video with you a while ago, but saying like, yeah, I mean, if you want to do another video, like a overview of your Discord, I would probably do that, with you. Or I'd have to look back in your Discord, but like, I don't have any audience that, is a member of your Discord or, just in terms like, I don't know if there's a benefit to having this conversation online, although I'm happy to continue to organize streams to talk about it later. But
yeah. You see in the chat, I said to you that
in the
when you said you want to come live, I said, well, I don't want to distract you. And what I wanted to talk about was completely separate. So, just give me the Discord link. But then you said it multiple times. I didn't want to, I feel like I was leaving you hanging. So I was like, no, I'll just jump on and say what's up to you.
yeah, I don't even see your Discord link if you left it somewhere. Well, I mean,
No, I gave it to you on Discord. I DM'd it to you.
okay.
And, um, yeah, I didn't want to leave you hanging. I haven't even streamed in a long time. Last time I streamed was probably a year ago. So I didn't have my microphone set up. The echoing was because I had the browser open on I had the tab open on a different browser, so I wasn't set up at all to come on and stream with you. I just didn't want to leave you hanging when you were saying, jump on.
Okay, yeah, I just joined your Discord. I got your message, so
Yeah,
let's
you
call it a
gotta
night
hit.
and be in touch. I've been streaming like 4 hours and I got some stuff to do, but I'm glad you popped on. I'm glad you checked out my stream and popped on. And
Yeah, it was
I'm
interesting.
still interested. I mean, if I'm not financially involved in saying like whether I'm going to make sense to be some sort of partner, especially like you probably need in real life. And so the likelihood if like I'm not making money off what we're doing together, it's probably not going to make long-term sense. And it probably just due to the geography, it's probably not going to make sense for me and you to be some sort of financial partners, but we still might be able to stream or do some interesting information or just friendship in terms of, I was saying I did the stream on chess. I coach chess and like chess, but it's really because I want to train my mind to be able to understand more complex patterns. And chess, say zero sum. Like I could have played, I would not have won that tournament. I'm a top player, but those guys would have beat me easily, and they would have beat me easily. I mean, not those guys. Really, only the finisher is the only one that much better. But I wouldn't have won. Um, and so money's also like that. Like, thank God I'm doing pretty good. I'm not complaining. Thank God, like I took, my parents took care of me, and I, educated, and I've never really had huge problems with money. However, it's always, you can always have more, and it's always better to be successful. And just like chess, I want to become a better thinker, but I could demonstrate that by winning at chess. Like saying I did these exercises and now I'm performing better at chess. And money is also similar, where I make that point with Jennifer on Week in Review all the time, is that you could believe in karma and like God, and there's some connection between God's will and how much money you make. And Jewish theology, generally has that's ordained how much money a person makes, at least from the sages. But like, no, I mean, in general, you could transfer IQ and effort and understanding into money, and the best way to do that is through the various equity markets, and could be blockchain. I mean, classically, it's equities trading, just stocks, or it could be currencies. And in terms of accumulating wealth, the best way to do it is to be a landlord. Unquestionably, the most wealth to be obtained is through real estate ownership, and you don't really need to be super intelligent. You could be below intelligent and still be a successful landlord. But usually high level financial transactions are more indicative of people who can make complicated thought processes quickly and accurately. So even if we weren't like partners in a way that I'm making money off of our collaboration, at least it's interesting from a theoretical, and it's probably more interesting, to hear about you and the money you made than about someone who won a chess tournament and there's no prize.
Well, yeah, we're on there. We're trying to solve some hard problems. We're all collaborating on there. We're doing some cool things. So I've seen you streaming, here and there, and then I just happened to be on. I stopped working because I was gonna take a nap so I could wake up for the Asian Open, and so I figured I'd just jump on and invite you back. And
I don't recognize any names. I know you had a few names. I have to think back. Maybe I'd remember when I first came on, you had like 20, 30 people, and there were a few names that were regular commenting. But I'm looking now, and I don't recognize any names in your Discord. But I mean, good for you that you. I mean, you were a popular streamer, so it's no surprise you found people. You're giving good information, but how you build it off, saying like, you want to be like, I said Roseanne Barr or something. You're gonna be like Sheldon Adelson, who just like at the end of the day, you're going to take all the money and try to use it to leverage to help Israel or something like that.
I won't be doing that.
Well, I mean, that's unlikely your karma.
I know, I'm joking.
Thing where it's saying like, okay, like even if you somehow became as wealthy as Sheldon Adelson, like then what? And you're saying Sheldon Adelson at the end of the day, all he could really do with his wealth is try to influence politics to support Israel, or something like George Soros, or even it's like Bill Gates and vaccines. And Bill Gates just announced another $500 million to vaccines or something like that. That you have a better thought out position, like totality, and making a living and working is a part of almost everybody. But that your personality as Forex Shark, who is Michael, the person who happens to run the Forex Shark Discord or YouTube, and may run a hedge fund or have real estate, versus the personality. But usually you get so invested in business that it's hard to develop a separate personality from the business personality. And saying like, I know that from, relatively, I know a lot of millionaires. Thank God I went to a lot of elite institutions, good schools, good clubs. And at a certain point, you become who you are, your work, and that's the majority of your personality. And when you present yourself to other people, it's hard. It's like like I'm a doctor. I went to school. I became a doctor, and I did, which I wish I had. But it's saying that's who you are. So it's your personality. You can't really separate it from any conversation. But you could look at that in terms of larger streaming personality, or even in terms of that. Like, do you application of technology? So I just want to make more money, so I'm just using the technology to make more money and meet more people that are going to help me make more money. Or you have some sort of golden mean where you're saying, God has been good to me, and yes, I do want to make more money, and I do want more and more and more, and that's probably not going to change. However, I've reached a point where I do want to help people. I don't mind taking time and just helping people and explaining things to other people. And then you say, okay, like, it's not going to be a good use of your time to spend hours explaining to every given person, how to do something. And most people may not even have the capacity to do it, even if you explained it, and let alone that you could better actualize your time by, internet, social media, streaming various things. Like, why are you going to explain it again and again when you could just explain it once? So I'm happy to work together with you in that, if that's interesting to you. And I guess I'll give you final words of anything you want to say to my audience, or a chess player who might watch this and find interesting that, like a Forex trader wanted to pop on my chess stream and talk about the comparison between thinking related to chess puzzles and thinking related to profiting on Forex or blockchain or any form of equity or business at all. So I'll leave you the closing words, and then I got to call it a day. I've been sitting here for 4 hours straight.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just want to say that thank you for allowing me to come on. And I would say if you're interested in Forex or trading or anything like that,
Did you put the Discord link in my chat?
no, I will though if you want me to. I don't. I typically won't promote like that unless
We didn't promote. Well, I was saying if you were on my stream for quite a bit of time, so you're
Okay,
saying,
yeah.
do you want me to? I'll even
Sure.
put it in the description. I mean, saying, unless you're saying like, no, it was just for me, and you don't think anyone who watched, but saying like, yeah, I mean, I'm a high level chess
Okay.
player. It's possible that some chess player out there will see this and follow your link. Maybe
Yeah,
even
sure.
one of Duvid's opponents, of people who don't like Duvid so much, but just went to my video because they were curious, and so whatever. But I'll put that in the description when I eventually put the video on, so anyone who wants to join. And I mean, you're a busy guy. I mentioned the thing in terms. There's a Jewish piece of wisdom. There's a school called Musar, which literally means just giving over, but I kind of feel like rebuke. And it's like, like we sharpen each other like axes by rebuking each other in order that we become better people. That, kind of like chess, know yourself by playing people who are better and could instantly feel my weaknesses and punish me for my weaknesses. And that's generally a benefit of trading, of streaming in general, but also trading. You need a group. It's very difficult to be a successful isolation trader. You need a group of people, and
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
decision making in general, that you need someone to check bad decisions. The most important rule of trading is usually not taking big losses, and
Yeah.
and isolation traders, even though they know not to take big losses, studies have even shown this, are much more likely to take big losses than when there's people working together with them who are going to notice, like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah. Someone's contacting me right now because I'm supposed to be doing a meeting right now with one of these development teams. But yeah, I want to say thank you for inviting me on. I did put the link in the chat, and if David wants to, we can put it in the
It's already there.
description.
It's already in the
Okay.
description.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of resources there. We have a bunch of people that are learning. A lot of people who are
I don't think anyone's
advanced.
watching joining right now. We could do another stream explaining it, but like, I don't think anyone's going to watch
No,
like I don't
I'm
think
just
anyone's going
wrapping
to
up
watch
right
like
now.
4 hours of chess to like catch like 30 seconds at the end of you explaining your Discord. But if you do want to make a whole nother stream on your Discord, like, I would be willing to do that.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel like explaining the whole thing. I was saying if you want to come down there, we have a bunch of advanced people, a bunch of people that are learning, and I think you could find something there. And if you're interested in chess or trading, I would just say you know, just keep at it, because there's a lot of times where you'll be doing something for years and years and years, and it feels like you're just putting in all this work and you're not sure when it's going to pay off. And then if you just keep at it, I think eventually it probably will pay off. And that happened to me with trade. I traded for 2 years on a demo account, not making any money, not even trading any real money. And I spent years not making much money when I finally did trade. But then eventually it started clicking, and things are going better than ever now. And I'm sure that's the same with chess or any other hard problem that you're trying to solve. So just keep everybody just keep doing what you're doing, and stay active, and don't give up on what you're trying to do. And thank you, David, for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. And say when I gave you a room in my Discord, but I think like if I had 2 or 3 people in my chat that were interested, they probably just made it to your Discord. But if you have a big Discord, and like I'm not, if you want to keep your Discord like to making money all the time only subject, but if you had interest in like a chess room in your Discord or a science consciousness type thing, maybe I would keep a room in your Discord, because I know chess was very popular among traders, and also the science of consciousness and ideas about consciousness and thought in general are also popular among business people. So we could talk or have this. I'm already in your Discord, so
right. You have to hit $agree on the welcome channel to actually get a role, and that will give you full access to the server.
Let me just make sure I get this before I close the stream down. So
so go to the welcome channel, hit $agree, no space, and then enter. And then you should see.
Okay, so talking, everyone, welcome.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll introduce you and everything, and I'll definitely set you up a room for chess and whatever you want. But I'll DM you now, and I got some things to do too. So thanks for having me on, and I'm gonna run.
Okay, great, awesome.
All right, bye. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna end the stream. So I had this. This was the finisher's theory, the crazy house, rather than playing. And time is short. You're saying like I could have been making money. I could have been like looking at the stock market. Chess is somewhat just like a kid's game from the the larger perspective. There's no real benefit to being really good at chess. There's a benefit to being really smart and a really good quick thinker. He was saying chess is a means towards making yourself a better thinker, and that was my kind of look at it. So appreciate the Finn. Congratulations winning the Shield, and all the work he's put into advancing the game of Crazy House. You might watch this back. Duvid now, I got to keep myself in the top 100. It's competitive. Like I'm in the top 100 in the world at 2 different chess variants. It takes a lot of work. I saw my rank, because there's a lot of players that they're playing hard and they're studying and they're working. They might even watch my videos. They're coming here to beat me and knock me off the top 100 list. But no, I mean, the incentive of making money trading, it could be a lot higher than getting some arbitrary ranking on a list of chess that may not even mean anything. Just that I put a bunch of work to try to be good at some game that doesn't really mean anything. And even say chess players aren't really generally the friendliest type people. Most chess players are known for eccentric personalities, so you're not going to plan to make a whole bunch of friends playing chess. Trading, you're not really going to make a whole bunch of friends trading, but there's a nature of business camaraderie in the same way that frenemies are type ways that that depending on how you look at your life. But so I'm glad Mike showed up in the chat and it kept me going. I would have probably ended the stream after a few hours. And blessings everybody. Halsey reached out, so it looks like I'll be on Halsey Wednesday night. Jennifer Church of Entry in the chat, appreciate her as always. So we'll have to see. It doesn't look like any of our things, anyone getting back. So probably after the Jewish holidays in like 2.5 weeks, me and Jennifer, maybe we'll discuss what we're going to do in our streaming. If we're just, do the week in review, or we're going to push forward debates or crowds or various things. Right now, like Roseanne, Forex, just playing by ear. I figured I'd stream. I was just sitting around. I was going to play chess. Just going to play chess for hours. And I figure I want to be a better thinker. I'm at a standstill also somewhat in my thinking, because I'm really trying to delve and understand extremely complex topics. I still have all these study sessions that I've prepared and I'm going to put up on the channel, and it's really complicated. So like chess is really, I'm a middle-aged man. I'm over 40, but I want to improve my mental thinking. I've already invested a lot of time into chess, so I'm using chess to improve my mental thinking, and obviously because I'm already a chess coach, and my status in society and being a good person and my worth is somewhat, education, pedagogy related to chess coaching. And because I haven't been chess coaching because of COVID-19, the chess clubs closed down. I thought I'd do some streams and talk about chunking theory, and hopefully I'll go back to coaching chess. It's probably not going to happen this year. I'll make some streams, maybe, I'm happy chess players, if any chess player wants to reach out and talk to Duvet, I would talk to you about my theories or coaching. I'm not the greatest coach. Like say, my coaching is basically dependent upon the Detroit Institute of Arts. Obviously, my mother represented it as the lawyer to the museum and the grand deal and the whole kind of gimmick of teaching kids these patterns and then playing them against museum goers. So like me just going to coach chess or something, there's better players that, so it's the whole thing together that I think. So I'll probably just continue studying and I did a stream. I want to improve my chess, like to get myself competitive, at least to the variance, strong in the top 100. So I have to demonstrate a little bit of what I'm talking about on the chessboard. I already have plenty of students that are better than me now, and I don't, even if I could spend thousands of hours and, beat some of my former students, I don't even know if I could, and, could what of it. But I'll do enough work to, be a representative of these variants. But my main interest isn't really trying to be good at these variants. It's going to be to advance these theories on the hard problem of consciousness and free will and how the mind forms thought. And chess is a very well studied thing, and it's part of the totality of who Duvet is, the chess player. That these things are coming together with the studies on chess and chess play. So blessings, everybody. Have a great night. Signing off.